On this day, Mr. Kanye West was doing his thing. Sorry about that, guys. What's it say? Live. She wanna hop in my Rari. She wanna hop in my Rari. She wanna hop in my Rari. Mr. Donald Trump, Kanye West delivers his album tonight. I can't wait, guys.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, because we've printed them for millions of small businesses over the...
Actually, we should go to this guy first, though. 26. All right, welcome back to the chat. Hey, Michael, welcome back. How we doing today?
Hey, how are you? Are you all ready? A lot of media, as usual. So thank you to the incredible members of my cabinet. They're doing a phenomenal job. Everybody pretty much agrees to that, including our newest member, Secretary of Homeland Security, Markwayne Mullin. Thank you, Mark. And we all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator, a very effective senator. Effective probably being the more important.
Damn good, thank you.
Word.
Appreciate you.
Don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. You have an amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family is amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Markwayne's department. Congratulations. We came into a department that shut down.
That is wild. That is wild to do that.
Democrats, right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened. Should have never been allowed to come into our country.
Tell them all to go where the sun don't shine.
But
Goodbye.
we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them, so they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witness.
Oh my God, guys, I forgot about our poll of the day. I didn't even put the poll up yet. Get the poll of the day going. Are we ready to see who is going to be in our poll of the day? Let's pull up those Kelchi odds. Let's see who it is. I'm back to Daddy Trump for the
in
minute.
Venezuela also.
This guy's a clown.
And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out.
It's the same 4 individuals today, guys. Will JD Vance win for a 3rd straight day? Who will be president in 2028? Will it be JD Vance? 3 wins. Gavin Newsom, 1 win. Or will it be Marco Rubio? Or will it be AOC? Take your shots now, y'all. Take your shots now. Yeah, my boy, Big Bag of Pop must have been on vacation. Pretty much, man. Something's going on with him. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay.
A large
Normal people hate JD Vance,
percentage
but JD Vance has won 3 out of 4 polls for president on this show, guys.
of their missiles and the missile launchers. Without the launchers, you can't.
Get your vote in now.
Don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers. Probably more than 90%.
Yo,
of
yo,
the
yo! Bubba J007 back in the chat.
themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the
We in the
factories.
house.
We're continuing to do that, but
Absolutely.
a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles, the drones too are way down. But the
Polls of whom? Megadums?
reason they're down is they
Oh, here we
they
go.
go one way and they don't come back.
They back, y'all.
Because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make
Zohan
a
is
deal,
here.
not me. They're begging to make a deal.
They're begging to make a deal. But according to the New York Times, they hate your deal and they'll never take it.
And anybody that saw what
Hi
was
from
happening
Israel.
over there would understand why
How's
they
Israel
wanna make
doing
a
today,
deal.
y'all?
But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators.
Just here for a minute.
and,
The comedy spoils milk quick. You can only laugh at this guy.
They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one.
Michael, hope you're having a blessed day, but
It stopped
we are
really-
winning. But we are winning. You can only laugh at this guy.
When we did the B-2, but even
But we are winning. But we are winning.
before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel
God bless
and
Israel.
others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors
Old man
were
talking.
sort of
Thank
like
you for the best
bystanders. They
president,
weren't
Donald Trump.
involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these 5, in particular 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because
What a
they're
great old
sick.
man talking.
And they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East. But we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people in the
talks with our paper. No one else else does the best.
people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to...
If it was Biden, you'd need a freaking interpreter. Messy 2028. If you thought cowboys and Indians were fun, just wait for rednecks and ragheads.
Pick a new level, and they're gone.
Rednecks and ragheads?
They're all gone.
That's a lot.
Because they didn't make...
Just a pathetic loser. $8 per gallon gas on the way. $200 per barrel per oil. Food prices doubling. Facts yonda. Imagine dying in the desert for Israel. Laugh my fucking ass off. MAGA's only policy is, what about Biden?
The deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks.
2 weeks.
But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that.
Word it is, it's going to be $300 a barrel. Word is, I don't give a fuck. I drive a Tesla, so suck a fucking dick. And then you'll be like, actually, the energy prices, naturally, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Elon Musk got my back, motherfuckers.
Place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And
the fucking car drives itself. Just letting you know. It does drive itself. Dems asked Biden to step out. MAGA said, babble to us, Daddy.
It was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because
your slogan is so good, bro.
That weren't even really involved with them. They weren't involved.
Let's go, Brandon.
Because they're sick. Because they
Fuck
want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly, Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons. A nuclear. You don't need too many.
Guess how good is transported in Tesla's, dumb fuck? Guess how good in transported in Tesla's, dumb fuck? Can you say a sentence out loud? Can you write things that we can actually debate and talk about? Because you seem so fucking retarded that you can't even say a real English sentence, and I can't even understand you, so we can't even have a normal fucking debate. Elon Dick Rider. I ride his dick to work every day. It's wonderful. His dick drives me to work, actually. It's pretty fucking great. U.S. under nuclear attack years ago. If he didn't cancel deal other week bonkers. I hear $500 a barrel. I hear $1,000 a barrel. I hear.
On Israel, they would have used it on the other.
We know 2026 is a troll already. Facts.
And
FJB
come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have.
Did Elon email Epstein in 2012 begging to go to his island for the wildest parties? By the way, 2912 is after Jeffrey was convicted. Can we question him at all? Well, 2912 is 900 years in the future. So there's that. There is that part. But if you're talking about 2012, yeah, Elon Musk probably wanted to be a pedophile, never showed up to the island, so he never got the chance to be. Do I give a fuck? No. My car drives itself. I don't have gas. I got $8,000 off tax rebate. It's wonderful. A $20,000 vehicle for $12,000. Y'all just fucking mad you didn't do the same damn thing.
And great damage, but fortunately,
Whatever takes the focus off of Trump being on the Epstein list and none of the
we don't have
above.
a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they
I'm
shot
glad
the
you're
now
not the one
famous
driving.
island,
Me
the
too.
island that
Drives itself.
the UK was very afraid to give
Bubba
us,
thinks
'cause
trolls
they didn't
are
want to get-
those who aren't a glibbler sucker to the lifelong con of global. What the fuck are we even? A core from Mickey Mouse for president? I core
dragged
for-
in. But we don't want to get
Facts!
dragged in.
My dad literally wrote in Mickey Mouse for president like 3 times.
Into their wars.
Fuck Donald Trump!
One thing we're very disappointed.
Donald
I say
Trump!
publicly, we're very disappointed
F
in NATO
Trump!
because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics.
I vote
and
for Mickey
understood
Mouse for president.
politics.
Absolutely.
I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated. They said, we'd love to
Donald
send
Duck.
ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning.
Gibble gullible. Gullible means you're easy to lie to. Pay me for the 4th grade reading lesson. All right. Nice job. He's a pedo. He's a pedo.
Or even before.
Let's trivialize pedophilia today, guys. Let's trivialize pedophilia in the chat today. Let's call the president a pedophile so that real pedophiles don't look like real pedophiles and we can start protecting what? Pedophiles. That sounds fun, right? Trolls are on the radar. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Bubba Jub J007. They are here to stay, it looks like. He needs rescue. That's telling.
Before it begins,
Easy, Bubba.
we had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war's over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. And we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule.
86
the
Israel.
Iranian regime is now
Unite, we
admitting
stand.
to itself that they
The
have
war
been
is not over. What's
decisively
he on
defeated.
about?
They're saying
The war is over. Dylan, the war is over. You didn't know. You didn't know because you didn't tune into the channel. But this is the channel. And this channel is letting you know. It's fucking over! The war is over, y'all. It's over already. Divided we fall. They want out to make more weapons, so they acting nice now. President Moron, word it is, it's going to be $300 a barrel. Word it is, it's going to be $8,000 a barrel. I love the way you lie.
to people.
I love the way you lie. Like fucking Rihanna. The republic for which we stand.
This is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. And we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal.
If the war is over, then why is he asking for $200 billion? He didn't. He already asked for it. He already got the $200 billion. That was last week's news. I'm talking about today. Today the war is over. Nice excuse though, but yeah. He already got that money.
But that's up to them.
Liar, pants on fire. I can't handle it. This man is saying that the war is over, and It's not. Iran must beat Israel, or I will be forever upset and watch fucking Sneeko and Nick Fuentes, and we'll all fucking jerk each other off in a fucking quarter circle jerk.
Negotiated. We would.
Cool wars are over. No $200 billion. Then bring the troops back home today. And he said the war was over last week. $200 billion. Actually, guys. This is an excursion. This isn't a war. This is an excursion. So remember that. None of what's happening is a war. It's an excursion. And you can thank Bill Clinton for that.
Will not negotiate. Of course they negotiated. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make...
All the little dicks, diesel dipshits are paying $5 to $6 a gallon, and I couldn't be happier. Me either. Arguing with idiots. Facts.
We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the
Welcome from mainland China.
Strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22
Just war crimes
They
then?
call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? This is a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So,
Looky, Beefy
every one of those mine
memorized
droppers has
the
been-
words excursion for gullibility dipshits. Meh, 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 meh. When Obama was bombing everyone, when Clinton was bombing everyone, it was totally fine! But now we're really angry about the excursion versus war.
struck.
Then why did Trump, except in all of the other little rats, continue to call it a war? Because it is a war, you fucking retards. Because we're not as retarded as Obama and Clinton and George W. Bush. I'm dead. Circle jerk me, please. Jerking.
Same weapon we used to stop drugs from...
Highest I've seen here in Ohio is $3.99 a gallon. Well, I heard it's going to be $177 a gallon. Don't look like they're begging too much to me.
coming into the United States of America.
My apologies to your parents for
When
their
we hit
complete
those
waste of
votes,
time. It wasn't a waste of time. I mean, do you think sex is a waste of time? They weren't trying to achieve me, by the way. My mom was 16 years old. My dad was 23. I think they both came, though. I'm assuming. I'm assuming both my parents came. And so, isn't that the point of sex? I don't think they were wasting their time. They're being teenagers. They're being horny little teenagers. He's a moron, not fit to be something more than a TV anchor or whatever. I mean, he is. He's the TV anchor of America. Trump Daddy!
The exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supply.
Bought oil calls, let's go. What Obama never bombed anyone. Yeah, he never built the kid cages either. Vladimir 2028. There we go. All right. Vladimir who, though? Vladimir's a first name. There could be a Vladimir president. $6.39 a gallon in Washington. Well, get the fuck out of Washington. And whatever that city is, however you pronounce that city, that's ugh. This guy says, what did he say? I accidentally deleted it. Pedo Daddy 2. Okay. Grab them by the what date his own daughter cheated on his wives, paid off sex. Are you just listing Rachel Maddow episodes? If you're not making kids, it is. Yeah. Deport Donald and his friends to Epstein Island. Why? Epstein Island is a nice island in the Virgin Islands. Why would you want to... I don't want to send billionaires to a private island. Trump was right about everything. I am assuming you don't have a wife or children. Yeah, I don't have a wife or children. Absolutely. Quilcene! Quilcene! It's Quilcene, Washington, and it's $6.39 a gallon. Is this, like, true? Because I could literally look that up for you. Make sure that you're not lying. Quincell, Washington, gas prices. Huh. Looks like the average is $5.14. Still, you're not wrong. Also, get the fuck out of Washington, bro.
And extremely effective.
Get the fuck out of Washington, bro.
They have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down.
Send Donnie Diddy Epstein Jr. to defend the USA. They are defending the USA. But what is the woman, Mr. Boston? Deport illegals and marry Lago to Epstein Island. Yes. Quincell Village store. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, though. Ralph, that is fucking crazy. I'll be honest with you. That is insane. To see gas $5 to $6. Like, the fact that Washington State is over $5 a gallon, that is pretty fucking insane. I think it's time to bend over and let Elon drive you to work. I'm just saying. You don't get the $8,000 tax break anymore, but you still get Elon butt fucking you all the way to work. And I'll tell you, your butthole, it gets a little sore from all the clenching at like 7 a.m., but you have none of the stress from driving in traffic. So it's all about Elon just ramming his cock up in your ass, but you don't have to worry about any of the traffic or like people, cars crashing into you, all that kind of stuff. So highly recommend letting Elon give you one on your way to work. I'm just saying, for me, it is effective.
Drugs coming.
Gas is $3.49 a gallon in Alabama. That's crazy too, because Alabama is like, if you see Alabama or Mississippi, either one of them at $3.49, that's insane. Are you a maggot? Nah, I'm a person. I'm a human. I'm a human being. I'm a human being that's actually cooler than Dave Smith. So that's something. I mean, it's not hard, but that is something. Send Donald Trump and Elon to Mars. That's cheap. They will. They'll both be in Mars pretty soon here. That's cheap in euro. You pay $3 per liter with it. Yeah, Elon Musk needs to be driving you to work. I don't want to go to Mars. E5 or 95 octane. How is Elon up my ass? No, Elon will be up. So you buy the Tesla, and then the Tesla drives you to work. And that's the metaphor, because people are saying that I'm shilling out for Elon by buying an electric vehicle that drives itself at the same exact price point as anything from Ford, Dodge, or Nissan. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, like, y'all are really scared of the Charger that much? Like, I gotta plug it in! I know it drives itself and it's the same price as every fucking Camry I've bought, but let me buy another Camry because I have to plug that car in. I know it drives itself, but I have to plug that car in. So I'll just buy another $45,000 Camry instead of a $20,000 Tesla.
By water, by the ocean, by the sea.
I don't drive electric cars. Yeah, I know, and that's why you're paying $6 a gallon, bro. God bless Trump and the USA. Joe Kent for president. Joe Kent can suck my fucking dick. Joe Kent is fucking Michael fucking, what's his name? What's the little bitch? What's his little bitch's name? Michael fucking, Michael bitch Trump. What's the bitch's name? Bitch to Trump. They're still not helping me out here. Michael Cohen is who I was after. I thought that Google would be smart enough to figure that out, but apparently not. We are 28 minutes into the show, guys. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, send more people into the portal for our poll of the day. 22 minutes in, 169 votes. Gavin Newsom running away with it, 44%. JD Vance, close second place, 33%. Marky Rubio's 14%. And AOC taking away a hefty chunk with 10%. We still have 38 minutes left of that poll. So make sure to double tap that like button, send people into the algorithm, hit that subscribe button. When you hit that subscribe button, you get YouTube shorts and these live streams every single day sent into your algorithm. And for $3 a month, you can join, be a part of the crew, over 36 members strong, and get access to my entire film library, 17 feature films, right there on this very YouTube page, just for $3. So do that if you want to support the show. Back to the news, back to Daddy Trump.
98%. And we're trying to find out who are the two.
I gave you a like, appreciate you. Yeah, just keep putting the blenders on that your great orange leader has dozens of videos out there of him being a PDF. Okay, all right. China, 1 Russia, 2 Pakistan, North Korea, 4 Iran, 5. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that means. Are you ranking the people that we should eliminate? New York don't have anything 95 octane. Are you a maggot before I subscribe? No, I'm not a maggot. I'm a human being. How much? I'm a trans human being, by the way. So if that helps you, you should definitely like and subscribe. How much have you? 98 or 100? Like the live. Hit it. Hit the like button. I don't not like maggots. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's a tongue twister. Daddy Trump? Yes, Daddy is the Trump. Trump is the daddy. He is all of our daddy. Whether you like him or not, he is Daddy Trump. Gas was more during Obama. Trump is the GOAT. YouTube, CBS News, 2.8 million views 9 years ago. Trump makes questionable comments about young girls. Okay. Okay. We found a video where CBS 9 years ago says that Donald Trump, the President of the United States, was having sex with little girls. And guess what? After 9 years, it almost has half as many views as my #1 YouTube video on this channel. It almost has half as many views. A fucking video about the president, pedophilia on a major news network, CBS. And it only has about half the views as the #1 video on this channel. Okay. What's your opinion on Donald? Quack, quack, Donald Duck. He's a moron. Nope, you're a total maggot. Maggie. I like the Maggie. President moron. Gas is $8 a gallon. Thanks, Trump. Very observant weed hopper. Peds wears red hats. Mega strong. We love them salty tears. Thanks. You and Trump are the same. Oh, we are? Well, that's cute. I guess I'm a billionaire now all of a sudden. Red hat Confederate maggots! Digi.
2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land.
Ventures against Trump?
Is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land.
Hi! Welcome back, HUD! You too, just like HUD Hammer over here, can become a member for just $3 a month, like I just said, and get yourself your little special logo next to your name. Right now, he's a Cash Patel. Pretty soon, he will become a JD Vance, and eventually a Donald Trump. And then, if he stays with it for 6 months as a member, 6 months is, almost $30, guys. Well, no, that's 10 months. So, like, $22, something like that. Then you get the American flag. They're building super jails in the swamp for all of the unemployed veterans. President moron. Trump is an impeccable imbecile. What a waste. Facts are Dems have slaves and the Red Party freed them. Get facts right. Yeah. So what? Most vets here want to get back in the fighting. This guy probably shouldn't be alone with kids like Trump. Nah, I'm alone with kids every day.
We will.
I'm alone with your kids. I'm alone with your children every day. You don't even know it.
That's it. That's the easy one.
Whoa! Out of pocket comment. Kamala. Jesse Ventura for president.
Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore.
Joe Kent for president. No, thanks.
It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is...
Afro Man 2028! Facts. That's a pinnable. That's a pinnable comment. Tucker for president. We put him in there. I think he might be the third-party candidate tonight.
Abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it.
Tucker for president.
They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. And you see that with Venezuela.
Republican, not third party.
They had other equipment. They didn't have ours.
Why is this Moran still president?
It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country, incredible.
Yes, Mr. Conman talking as
He
usual.
emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet.
He's literally rotting away
It
as
should
we
be brought.
speak.
He emptied his prisons into our country, and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country, and he's now been captured. And
Your face is super red. You are a drunk. Oh, okay. Is my face super red, y'all? I mean, I am German, but
you know,
I don't know. Because you can't trust a Democrat. I mean, if Vance be elected, it will be Trump elected again. Richard S. I wasn't going to vote for Gavin Newsom because of Railroad to Nowhere. Definitely not for Garden Bridge. 100 million? Nuts. And not saying anything of substance. Dems are losing breed.
I guess be given a fair trial, but I would imagine there.
He's going to put your trans ass in jail. No, I'm the correct type of trans. Dush, you are.
Other trials coming because they have they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing and be careful
what you ask for.
States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO.
Democrat Party is cooked. Jane Doe number 4.
Because this was a test for NATO.
Jane Doe number 4. Oh my God. Jane Doe number 4 says that Donald Trump donkey punched her with a fucking giant blowjob fucking deep throat. Okay. Can we I would like to see Donald Trump re-illustrate what Jane Doe number 4 claims that he has done. Then I'll go for it. If you think that Donald Trump is going to sit there and go, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. I know you're only 14. Let me grab your head and hit the back of it like a fucking donkey and shove it down your fucking throat. It sounds like a porn star. Doesn't sound like a reality TV cuck. I don't even think that Donald Trump could get his dick hard enough to donkey punch a woman. We got a lot of Karens in here, Bubba. Rubio better than President Moron.
This was a test.
Are you restarted? Yes.
You don't have to, but
yes.
If you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in
Rubio will be great.
Rubio's
never won.
of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. You can never forget.
I don't know.
So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you must.
It's retarded, and clearly he is. Pump it up. Let's go, Libby's. Never say never.
You'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us.
Bone Spores, one dance. I'm happy you Americans aren't doing this for Kamala Kala Walls. Drill Baby Drill. Noski Sigma 4 with the super chat. What is that? Where is that coming in from? Coming in from the super chat. What currency is that? I don't even think I've seen that one before. I got to check the currency before I compliment you. Currency is UAE. From the UAE. Getting our donations from the UAE. We appreciate you, Novak Sigma. Novak Sigma with the super chat. Always fucking baller. Check them out. I'm voting Tim Waltz for dog catcher. Demented idiot. You talk about bully.
Very sad. But we have
can you talk about bully? Yeah, we will get to bully. We'll get to bully probably at the end of the first hour here. And Bully right now, okay? Bully right now, guys. I got to double check again here because I don't want to say inaccurate news. Bully is 5 hours away. Bully is 5 hours away. We have you know what? I'm gonna read my Bully statement, get y'all hyped a little bit, and then we will go back to Daddy Trump. So here is my Bully statement I put out at 3:30 today. We will do a Bully listening party live if we are still live at 11 tonight. Remember, guys, when we do overtime, we do 3 hours live. After the third hour, if we have over 10,000 views, which we most likely will have tonight, we will do that fourth hour. When we're in overtime, which is fourth hour plus any other hours, if we are below 50 people at any point, show's over. If we stay above 100 people at the hour every hour, we keep going. Last week, we had a show that went 9 full hours. So we got to keep the show going at least like 6-7 hours to make sure that we get to that Bully listening party. And my statement on Bully real quick, this is my statement on the Bully release tonight. Tonight at midnight, Kanye West, Ye, drops Bully. The most telling detail about this release, an announcement scrolled on a cocktail napkin promising absolutely zero AI. With the recent collapse of Sora's Disney deal and the app shutting down, we are witnessing the end of the AI is magic illusion. AI is just another tool for the internet, no different from Final Cut Pro or Canva. True artists will inevitably push back against it in favor of something real. Kanye dropping a purely human album right now is the ultimate rejection of the artificial. But for me, this release is about more than just the music. The last solo album Kanye released was Donda. Hit during the pandemic, and for a lot of us, it mirrored real life. Relationships falling apart, identity collapsing, trying to hold on to something already gone. I lived that. So did a lot of men. You see it in people like Shia LaBeouf too. Post-pandemic, a lot of us broken and have to own it. But something's shifting. With Kanye selling out SoFi Stadium last week in LA and dropping this album, it feels like more than music. It feels like a reset, a signal that whether you're an artist or just a guy trying to rebuild, the comeback is real. Call it what you want, but this might be the year of the comeback. The year of the, quote, broken man, and him finding his footing once again. And we will get to that listening party if we stay alive on that, guys. If not, we'll probably get to it tomorrow, but cannot fucking wait for Bully. You can talk about Bully. God bless the UAE. I'm hoping Bully is good. Actually, Donda too, but technically coffee.
Stop him from.
I can't wait for fucking Bully, man. Bully's gonna be amazing. We are 5 hours away from Bully.
And
it's real. It's actually happening finally.
Frankly, I thought the oil prices
America
would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down.
Thank you, Novak Sigma, for the super chat, for bringing up Kanye, and we'll be bringing up Kanye later tonight when we go fucking live with that listening party. Let's stay with it, guys. Let's cover the news as we do. Daddy Trump back here talking about the Middle East.
More hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story.
So this was just released last night when we were live, which was the full track list for Bully that he tweeted out, which was Sisters and Brothers, Whatever Works, Father, All the Love, I Can't Wait, Bully, Mama's Favorite, Punch Drunk, This a Must, Outside, Preacher Man, White Lies, Circles, This One Here, King, Beauty and the Beast, Damn, and Last Breath. Beauty and the Beast, Damn, and Last Breath were already all released, and so was Preacher Man. So like the mid track and then like the last 3 tracks were already released.
Very well. It should be a big story. I don't think you read about it that much.
5 hours away, y'all.
I speak about it. You know, I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't.
Trump haters have shit for brains, and Trump promises made, promises kept, again and again.
You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations, called most favored nations. We're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations, and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous.
Patriots love America. It's the left-hand try that tries everything to tear it down. Trump was amazing hair.
That could have blown up.
Has amazing hair. Is there bots here?
Big portions.
There might be, but they're not.
The world.
They're usually banned by fucking Bubba J 007 after a few clicks.
Not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers. We never forget, we love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. It's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion.
I make art. Awesome.
And they're extremely happy.
What kind of art?
And they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up.
Not banned one yet, but the night is young, and they will show up soon enough. I love trolling the trolls.
As much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that.
Yesterday was like aggressively retarded. Like the amount of people like just going pro Bernie Sanders, like it was too much even for me to handle.
And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President JD Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation he's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations, and then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday.
Also, isn't it harder now to get workers on the fields?
He gave you a very hard time. Said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job.
Please like the stream, everyone. Pump it up! Appreciate you, Bubba J.
When I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time. But you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed. And
what the hell happened to my subscription tag? I know, right?
Tragedy.
That's what I'm wondering, especially because it was like less than a month, right?
What happens when what's
I'll
on
have
the
to check on
vest
that one.
It's not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people. That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration.
You played a game? Yeah, they didn't like that PayPal transfer last night, by the way.
Time is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon.
Our doctor's treating this TDS yet.
But
But I will, but Bubba, I will check. I will check, and if I have access to like re-add you or figure out what the hell happened, I will, because that
this
was
particular
that,
issue.
that is
I'll let
wild.
Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we're about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way.
Good. It's kind of funny though.
Thank
Exactly.
you very much. Marco?
Yeah, I don't know
The
what
most
happened, but
important job
I'll
any
check it
president
out.
has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and
Right
does
now,
something
Iran doesn't even need a bomb. They just shutting down the shipping lane. How will that be resolved?
about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor
There was no America, Babylon the Great in
to the United
2028.
States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This
Michael
has been
Olson,
incredibly
yes, they agreed. Psychologists treated them.
successful operation.
Treated all
Every
the
day.
time alone.
It may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every
Do you
port.
think that provoking Iran that much will lead to more chaos? Maybe. But we're going to fucking find out. You want to fuck around with America? You're about to fucking find out.
Of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it.
Big Christian
But they
American.
didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody.
How can you remove what you can't see? A scheme are so delusional. It's quite pathetic, actually.
Did it for 47 years, Marco. That's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably.
when then they needed to up the dose because it's not working.
48.
Pretty much.
But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of your cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings.
Kristen, you don't think we know where every ant in that country
The
is?
Iranian negotiating team, that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating.
Live in your own delusion as long as you are possibly can, for the Battle of Armageddon is at hand.
Calculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop, and our compelling military successes in Epic Fury, we have had multiple reach-outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict
Midnight
peacefully.
Hammer and Epic
I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator, and this has resulted in strong and positive messaging and talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this. We will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if the deal happens, it will be great for the country,
Why are you talking
Iran,
over him?
for the entire region and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively
We're gonna,
neutralized.
you gotta fucking not do that, bro.
Fury is not
Stop
an endless
spamming.
war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives.
Alex,
to
you better
destroy
drink a Red
Iran's
Bull or a Monster or a
offensive military
coffee. It's way too
capabilities
early
and
to be yawning.
ensure
Facts, and we
they
already
never
are, guys. We're already going to be going into overtime because we're at over 13,000 already after our first hour. So double tap that like button. Hit subscribe. Poll of the day coming in right now. We got 5 minutes left in our poll of the day. 375 votes in. Gavin Newsom pulling in with the lead, 42%. JD Vance, 33%. The runoff will happen in 5 minutes, guys. Get your votes in now. Double tap. Send people into the algorithm for the poll of the day. And don't you forget, they're just like HUD Hammer over here. For $3 a month, you can hit that join button. And you too can gain access to every single one of my feature films, all inside the film vault. Back to
a nuclear weapon. This
Pete
is
Hegseth
stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you
Tel
are
Aviv looking
acting
this
now
morning.
to ensure future
Better than Gaza.
do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This
all
is
you
not
dummies
parody.
in the chat never hit the like
This is not
button.
chaos.
You sit and
This
talk
is
shit.
success.
Libtard.
Pure American
Libtard is
success.
real.
On plan. And as the
Double
president
tap.
said,
Hit that like button if you
has
aren't the
over
libtard in the
10,000
chat.
Enemy targets destroyed.
Born free,
Over
baby.
140,
What kind of
I think now you're
government
right,
is
Mr. President,
this?
Over 150 naval vessels
It is
sunk,
an
underground
American.
facilities destroyed.
An American
their defense
government.
industrial base in shambles. And overnight, not only
An
do they not
American
have
government.
a Navy, Mr. President,
Old.
they no longer have
Similar
a Navy
to
commander.
your mother's onion,
IRGC's Navy
but
commander
much
was
better
killed
than Tehran.
overnight in operation. So no Navy, no Navy leader.
Fuck
Now that
off!
here's the thing about the
Fuck
media, though.
off!
If
Says
President Trump
Froggy.
had not acted,
Fuck
you'd be
off!
screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA.
Facts.
But the hardworking, God-fearing,
A
patriotic
begging
Americans out there know
a beggar
better.
who started the war
And you
wanted
alluded to this,
the ceasefire.
President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know.
Still wouldn't open
Many of
straight.
the Iranian
This
military
motherfucker
factories
thinks he's in a
and
movie.
bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal.
He's such a
not-
puke.
you
Dude,
might
why
call
does
it
everyone in the
inconvenient truth.
admin act like the mean
Iran
girls?
took our money and turned it into
Going
weapons
down,
and bunkers
down?
and ammo. And now we're destroying those
dude, I'm the
weapons, and
libtard.
you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act.
To the valley of
and our
the
objectives
Speeds.
are clear. No nukes, no Navy,
Bro,
and a
just...
complete
All right,
dismantling of
Kristen,
their
you're
missile
going on
program and
timeout.
defense
Stop fucking
industrial
preaching.
base. And as Marco
Say
pointed
something
out, that
interesting.
mission, and the VP as well.
And going
has not
down, I'm
changed
pretty sure that's the thing.
since
Like Bubba J 007 is a Republican. Avi, a Trump supporter. But going down, you know, Michael's independent. I'm kind of like really in the center of just everything is complete fucking nonsense. But there are a lot of really annoying, retarded liberals in the chat. So, and they've been here for 2 days now. So, just saying. It isn't without warrant. It
2 days
isn't
ago,
without
they shot
warrant.
2 failed missiles.
Bunch of
target
weirdos
4,000
saying a
kilometers
bunch
away.
of unfactual
For
nonsense.
years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. We ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before Scott, just
Welcome back, and I think it's time. It has been. It has been done. The poll has been done. It is over. We will release the pinned comment as well. How do I do that? Can I just pin something off? I need a pinnable comment, guys. I need a pinnable comment. AOC is the spoon. Okay, there you go. That works. Replace pinned message. Thanks, Jason. Oh God, Gavin won. Yep. All right, so here we go, guys. Our breakdown poll of the day. Who will be president in 2028? Will it be JD Vance with 3 wins on the night? Gavin Newsom, 1 win. Okay? Or our third-party candidate tonight is the one, the only, Afro Man. All right, guys. Get your votes in now. Who will be the next president of the United States? Will it be JD Vance? Will it be Gavin Newsom? Or will it be Afro Man? They're running out of Patriot missiles. JD is without a doubt the next president. Yeah, man, they're still developing nuclear weapons. We are negotiating with bombs. All is well. 200 in the chat. Double tap. Hit that like button. Let's get to it. Back to Denny.
people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino, and he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard, like the father, friends. They grew up together, and it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged.
That's crazy. Just Vance will be just another Trump and more MAFA crap. I love my president. God bless America. God bless GDJT.
Group right here is not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, can you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like...
Good news for this young lady. She won't be groped by Trump now. Maybe she rests in peace.
Who would say this?
Okay.
No murders, but they always had...
Netanyahu blaspheming Jesus. Your thoughts?
Murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down.
Blaspheming Jesus? I think that's why JD did his whole Easter thing. Go watch The Chosen. Go watch The Message. Go have fun. Watch 10 Commandments. Have a great Easter. I don't give a fuck.
And there, Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there.
Look, old pedophile yanks. Every time somebody trivializes pedophilia to Donald Trump, I just think, are they trying to get it so that, like, real pedophiles aren't actually looked at? Is that the objective here? To be like, this guy's a pedophile, so everybody's a pedophile. So now we don't have to actually hunt down the pedophiles. Is that what we're doing here? He is Jewish, what you expected. Warning, Chromo Nation is talking crap again.
5 months. We could do that for Chicago.
Jewish,
we could do that for New York. We could do that for...
Can anyone please flush the toilet? It's full of shit.
L.A., and we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we could do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do.
Not ever.
He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. And he's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my...
Trump is the man who took Epstein down under his presidency, and also he was the FBI informant in 2017, which people really do breeze over. Like, he was the only rich guy to actually tell on Epstein. Elon Musk, everyone else, they were all pedophile island. Yay! Donald Trump was called up and he was like, yeah, Epstein's your guy. Like, he was the informant.
Substantial people.
It's kind of crazy.
They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I don't know.
Jesse Ventura. How's Afro Man doing? I hope Afro Man's getting the votes, guys. JD pulling away with it again. Afro Man taking away 23%. The most of any independent voter so far. 48 votes in, 5 minutes into the poll. JD currently winning. Can he pull off a fourth win? A fourth win on the night, guys. Into hour 2 of our show.
A tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest
Took
cities
Epstein down? What? He took him down to BJ Town? Took him down to BJ Town? No, I think that was Clinton, right? Wasn't it like that Trump sucked Clinton's dick or something like that? It was on the Epstein files. Clinton sure looked gay in those blue dresses. Facts.
Well, now it's got a lot of crime.
Also, I'm pretty sure Bubba J007, you might have been here, but back in the day, like one of our first streams, right as the war started, we watched the entire Clinton fucking deposition, and Clinton the entire time was just like, it was such a great time. Such a great time to be alive. It was like he was reminiscing. You motherfucker was reminiscing. I called Bubba I called Bubba into the chat. Led Zeppelin is greater than Trump. Going down, I got you.
Truly trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border.
This lady would be around today if we were around. Okay, can we?
I mean, literally for 9 months it's zero. It's hard to believe that number can be possible, because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. And thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were
Same shit, different day. Money can't buy you everything. If you think Trump is an asshole, well, in a world run by assholes, we need the best one fighting for our people. Absolutely. Pinnable comment there. I truly do believe that. That was one of the reasons I voted for him in 24. You called me, the D-chat. You okay?
The election was rigged. What are you going to do?
You called me into the chat. Yeah, okay.
Came back. Big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people
Play
coming
nice,
through.
y'all.
It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be... I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually... You know, it dawned on me because
Facts.
I had built 1,000 miles of wall.
Thousands of
And
miles
we
of
were
wall.
finishing up some, and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night.
How are you feeling today?
I drove to make a speech, and I drove
Feeling good,
through, and
feeling
I said,
good.
take me this way, take me that way.
Miles
The
from
city's
a
clean.
fence.
The
I wouldn't
fences
call
are
it
down.
a wall.
You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. You couldn't. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great.
He is really nostalgic.
An arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board
hit that like, freaks.
It actually chose that
Absolutely.
the Republican
Hit that like button, y'all.
Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it.
Bro McDonald's is delicious. And Donald Trump is right about McDonald's. I'm sorry. McDonald's is delicious.
With a bang, in less than 2 years, it'll come in under
It's the most American meal you can have, y'all.
budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do.
Being against McDonald's is not cool anymore, okay? I think we need a Native American president. Oh, so you want the fucking Markwayne Mullin, whatever the fuck, is president? Let's not do that. Jim Dover is 3 stories high and it's made of steel, you little hamster. It's not like the chicken wire you got around your chicken coop at the old homestead. Okay. Trump won. Get the fuck over it.
It won't be
Get
like
the
the
fuck
Federal
over
Reserve.
it.
It's costing $4 billion or something.
Donnie Trump.
Thereabouts. Think of it.
Hamburgers are German food, right? But American McDonald's cheeseburgers, and actually a McDouble, because that's what we're going with, okay, is a American sandwich. It's the most American sandwich there is. A McDouble is literally the most American sandwich there is. Should I ask Gemini? Pretty sure. Is a McDouble the most American sandwich ever to exist? They're going to say yeah. You want to know why? Because the McDonald's McDouble, okay, it is going to be in every single fucking country. And it tastes like a McDouble no matter what fucking country you're in. McDonald's sucks, dude. Trump, he lost lots of hair from an American. McDoubles is a remarkably strong claim for the throne. If you define American by mass production, affordability, convenience, and global cultural export, it is undeniably the heavyweight contender. What else are you going to say? Peanut butter and jelly? Gay. The Thanksgiving leftover sandwich? Okay, once a year, brah? Philly cheesesteak? No fucking thank you. A hot dog. Only in Chicago. Only Portillo's. Only the correct way. If you eat a fucking hot dog from a vendor in New York, you're a disgusting fucking pig. And that's coming from somebody that likes McDonald's.
$4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group
People
before,
get triggered so
everything
easily.
I do, I get sued.
From an American?
I build
Trump, he lost the
under budget
altar.
ahead of
Can't
schedule.
wait for this deal.
I get sued
Oh,
over a
God.
ballroom that's
Peanut
going to be
butter
the
and
most
jelly
beautiful
grilled.
ballroom in the country, so desperately needed.
Yo,
don't have to have-
a grilled peanut butter jelly is fucking bomb. And I just ate a fucking Uncrustable, okay? But I prefer Burger King. I prefer things that aren't good either.
Tents sitting on the wet.
You prefer you prefer Burger King. No. Just no. Arby's? Okay. I'll give you it. Ain't no fucking way in hell Burger King though, man. Ain't no way in fucking hell. I mean, you go into Burger King, you're like, oh wow, that's awesome, and then you're like, it's gonna take a year and a half to get this food, and this food is from 1995. And if I do eat it, it is gonna taste delicious if it's cooked, but I think it's going to be arriving from 1995. Bombs Iran talks about fat fuck food. USA.
That's lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out. To honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump, but we got sued.
Who's coming in with the Subway? Who's eating it? Subway is a distinct smell. That's what's strange about Subway. How does every Subway smell like Subway? Oh my God, why is your dog not always here? Hey dog. Yeah, exactly. Right, bro, if I could get Mr. Jerry to just sit here and watch Donald Trump all day, I'd be getting double views. Do you support ice? I support the ice in my fucking coffee. Your dog is cool. My dog is legit. My dog's name is Jerry after Jerry Seinfeld. My last dog's name was Elaine. Then I had to go with Jerry because I moved to Kramer Lane. All I got to do is find my George now.
Fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting
Dog adds instant production value. Absolutely.
On a roof because it leaks like a sieve.
Unfortunately, we are all supporting ICE via taxes. ICE love guys.
We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and
taxes.
safe.
Yeah, why would I pay? I already don't. Guys, quick tip. Just don't pay your taxes.
It's actually unsafe.
Cut to me in
some
prison.
Of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color. Beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat,
President
which
Moran
is what
has
this
no idea what ICE
building
does.
deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump-Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful
Vance
Federal Reserve
2028.
building.
Vance?
That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build.
If they'll actually do it.
I hear he's gonna.
Everyone thought if we got a woman president for the White House, would get new wallpaper. Trump talks about decorating more than my mother, who is an interior designer. Yeah, he's a development contractor, so he's pretty much the same job as your mother. You should know this if your mother is an interior designer. He loves to ramble. You're doing good, President Trump. Continue the work. Trump gets sued all the time. He must have a team of lawyers. Okay, let's have moron man dummy instead, mouth breather. He's not the real ruler, but the bankrupt 3 casinos. Get the immigrants out. Go with them if you don't like it.
It'd be over $4 billion for a little building.
Checking in on our poll of the day.
He doesn't get sued by anybody but me.
JD coming away with it again.
It's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody.
Bankrupt.
But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people.
I don't think Vance would make a good president.
Are putting up the money. 0 taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? 0 taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This can only happen to Trump.
Thank you for your LGBTQ
But they don't
support.
sue the guy.
Yep, represent.
Whose interest rates are too high.
Legal is good, illegal not. Send them all
That's
back.
why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement
President
syndrome, as he
Moran,
probably
who's
should.
building your buildings, Mexicans, I guess. Howdy, Mr. Wagner. Hello, welcome to the chat. Also, yes, the Mexicans are building the buildings. Your point being.
Because I hit him pretty hard, but so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this
Bubba, does it
gorgeous
work the other way?
building, ripped it down from the inside, taken ceiling.
Oh, Bubba, does it work the other way? So what would you be saying then? You're saying illegal is good and legal is not, send them back. So are the prisoners. I'm trying to understand your point, going down, but I'm having a hard time understanding this rebuttal.
That
Trump's ballroom will cost billions in cost for
as beautiful
overruns.
as you've ever seen.
Such a hard worker, loves America.
Taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them.
Oh, how can that? Going down?
Taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you.
Can I call him out of the chat? I said Bubba and he popped up. Huh? What are you fucking talking about? Can I call him out of the chat? I said Bubba and he popped up. He lives in Israel, obviously. Yeah, Bubba and going down are both, you're both admins and you're both mods and you're both different sides. I'm very going down again. I'm very confused with what you're trying to do here. I live in a small town in Maine, and ICE came and took a dozen people from a tomato farm. LOL. Mega paid ballroom.
Are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan.
No taxes paid for it.
I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest
Yeah, Lutnick's got a fucking Epstein Island plan.
thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little
Dancing
ceiling
wood?
eventually, but right now you don't have.
He never pays his contractors anyways. How would he know what insulation costs? Going down, remove this dude mod, vote on the other mods. Facts.
And
I mean,
nobody
bro's
sues
being a little
this
weird,
guy.
that's for sure.
And then when Janine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. He may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. but when, now think of it. When Janine Pirro and Pam and the group, when
I'm not a bro. That might be the problem then. I'm nothing against women. I'm just, that makes sense.
This suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight. You know, it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to
How many basements is the new ballroom going to have? It's going to have 0 basements. He was making a joke about how the airports are having to put people in basements because of TSA. But, yeah.
middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's
The only reason illegal Mexicans build houses here is because you won't get your ass out of bed and work. If I would probably love Elon and Trump because dudes have this idea that liking them will somehow make them rich. I mean, yeah, retard dudes do.
It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems. You know, we have incompetent people.
Ugh.
It's all people. Think of this: Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would have, if I did it. It was up to, somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie.
They do tip me well, Sharpie?
So I came here, they have $1,000 pens.
I came here and they gave me $1,000 pens. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is real. This man is fucking being real right now. Slow down downtown. True, they're morons. Ivanka Trump 2028. Barron Trump 2036. I'm a rich moron, I guess.
And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out. You're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000. It was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature. I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out and I saw it and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking, and you say, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing, and there's no ink in the pen, and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it. Same Sharpie.
Same Sharpie. This is fucking brilliant. He called up fucking Sharpie and said, I can't have your logo on it, but I want your cheap-ass fucking Sharpie pen because it actually works. Because a $1,000 pen doesn't work. This is a really fucking interesting example of Donald Trump actually fucking winning hardcore. What is he even talking about at this point? He's talking about pen structure. And it's facts and it's real and it's true and it's interesting. Is it too late to do some insider trading with the oils and stock market futures? Yeah, probably. He has the attention span of a 2-year-old. Why are you avoiding my comments? I ain't the left or right. You know I'm right, and you're all clinging on to this guy who is the derangement syndrome anyway. All right, did you make another comment? Okay, so you made another comment, and your comment was, what's funny is for a lot of people all over the West think that PN is expensive. Okay, I don't even know what the point of your comment was. That's funny. Dementia Don singing his greatest hit. America winning just like our POTUS. The man has literally lost his mind. Silly Americans winning more debt.
$1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best, but I'll sign it. I could do like Biden did, you know? Give it to somebody else to sign, or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room, but I can't use your pen. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold. Almost real gold, not bad.
Motherfuckers, this is amazing. Daddy Trump is our daddy. Absolutely.
Signature, sir.
What a fucking daddy move today, man.
I just saw the pen sit there. I thought it.
Trump is a moron, impeached, convicted, in prison. Like, if you're not finding this interesting and you don't even you are so TDS'd out. You are so TDS'd out. Because this is fucking unbelievable. He's calling out the bureaucracy of politicians everywhere, handing out $1,000 pens that don't work, and renegotiating a multi-million-dollar contract with Sharpie to just print the fucking White House on a fucking Sharpie pen. Because the pen actually works. Wow.
This is an example.
Is this real? From when Trump's going to disclose what they know about the UFOs, listen to how gleeful he throws around our tax money like it's nothing. You're slow in the head, aren't you? Spork Wind. Oh my God, guy. The man just explained that when he came into office, there were $1,000 pens, but they didn't work. That he negotiated with Sharpie to sell him black pens with a fake printed gold that says White House on it, so that the pen would work. A much cheaper pen. And here you are. Listen to how gleeful he throws around tax money like it's nothing. Are you that slow? Do Democrats ever take it out of the piss off mode? Wow. So talking about a pen is interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. It is interesting. You guys are deranged as fuck. Daddy like little kids. Okay. Moron. And Americans wonder why they are laughing stock of the world. Hi. So we're now talking about pins. Pens, moron. Spork from prison. We don't build B-52s anymore. No, we build pens. He can't complain about the cost of anything. He has saved nothing. Okay, he literally just told you about the saving of the pens. My dementia altered father speaks with more sense than Trump. Okay, all right. But I mean, you're the one that can't comprehend the pen budget. He half a spoon and half a fork. He is spending $1 billion a day in Iran. Yeah, but he's not spending it on pens like Joe Biden. See, a 2-year-old can't follow a conversation. Your country is at war, and he talks about pens and gold. Yeah, and he talks about how he's saving money. He's saving money on pens. All they do is spend taxpayer money, except he's saving money on pens. Could his mind almost as frequently as he changes his diapers? Yeah, okay. What is the U.S. deficit in trillions now? Yeah, it's been trillions for every single year. Mark that down. You actually think talking about pens, giving all of the other real-life issues facing us is interesting? Yeah, absolutely. Because it's a real-life example of actually having a budget cut. It's a real-life example of overpaying for a product that doesn't work. It's a real-life example of showing that Donald Trump has an engineer's mindset. All of these things are extremely interesting versus blah, 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 Iran, blah, 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 dead girl in Chicago. No, the fucking pen conversation actually is the only thing that matters. It's pointless when the creator can't even read. How embarrassing for you. That's like saying I saved $1,000 this month, so I spent $1 billion on war. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it's like. Joe Biden was spending $1,000 on the pen and not saving the $1,000 a month and also spending $1 billion on war. He spends half of the money and keeps the other half of the money. How much are you guys saying now? He's making the world hate America even more. Not a problem. Sure about that. Where are you from, Camp Canada? He has a orangutan mindset. Yeah, orangutan mindset is like, oh, this pen doesn't work. I shouldn't spend $1,000 on it. I should fucking get a Sharpie instead. That's totally orangutan mindset. Do you think the bite mark on his penis left a bigger scar than AR-15 did on his ear? Well, you're the kind of person that thinks that he donkey punched juror number 4. So go talk about Jane Doe number 4 with your donkey punching. I'm not living in your fake reality. Cape, go to the corner. Time out. I could have bought 1,000 pens with the money I just lost at the pump. Trump doesn't save money. Hi from Montreal, Canada. Hello, Montreal.
Of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh
Donald Trump thinking about Warsh.
He said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building
to the corner
in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down.
The room has been overrun by retards. He just called the guy a moron. You see, that's fucking balls. It's not a real-life example of anything other than your self-evidence low IQ. Okay, yeah, you're right. I just sit here and I say Donald Trump is bad no matter what. I know he's like literally giving me an example of how he understands engineering and he's like literally saving money on a simple product that he can execute himself. But I too retarded to listen. Donald Trump spent money on Iran. Donald Trump bad. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. Hello, Canada. You got more taxes back than the last 4 years if you actually work. Exactly. Why is the man in the red tie angry? He's not angry. Why are you angry? Michael, time to go to work.
At the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right
The
now?
room has been over at my retards.
But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit.
He doesn't
And I
understand
believe that
engineering, neither do you. Please explain to me. What is easier? What's an easier example? You know what? I'm not even gonna fucking argue with you. I'm gonna just throw it to the chat bot. You guys ready for this? Is Donald Trump explaining that he will not use a gold pen worth 1,000K a piece because it's wasteful and also the pen doesn't function. So he calls up the CEO of Sharpie and has him print black markers that have White House printed on them. Is this a key example of knowledge of engineering? I spelled every word in that wrong. How convenient for you. Exactly. It's convenient for me so I can call you out for being really stupid. You'll never listen to anything I say, so I'm just going to read it from the fucking robot and you can shut the fuck up. Gotta dip to the real life. Oh man, this is a wild today. Peace going down. Appreciate you coming in. USA, USA, USA. Which is more important? We all know the pen wasn't 1K. He is the big fish storyteller. I mean, that is true. He is a big fish storyteller. But it's about the functionality of the expensive pen. And you gotta admit that the functionality of the expensive pen. The story you're referring to is absolutely true, but categorizing it as engineering is a slight stretch. It is, however, a textbook example of business pragmatism and a cost-benefit analysis by a global leader. The Sharpie anecdote, why it isn't exactly engineering. Engineering specifically relies on applications of mathematics, physics, and scientific principles to invent, design, and build complex systems, mechanics, and structures. So he literally says the pen doesn't work. I want to buy a $5 pen. That's him understanding value engineering in the business sense. This is a specific operational method involving the value of goods by either improving function or reducing costs. By swapping the $1,000 pen for a $5 marker that writes more reliably, the functional value increases while the financial cost plummets, which is what? Engineering!
Contractor.
Thank you very much.
He's probably one of the
Move
richest
on,
men in the
Steve.
country right now. I believe
You
that
are real
it's not
dumbass.
possible to spend.
See, not engineering, fucking illiterate moron. Yeah, okay, it literally says not engineering, and then it gives me a prime example, value engineering in business sense, as an example. Google trying to be on your side, but Google can't even fucking read. My God, move the goalpost, aren't you? Trump didn't play the game. Good for Americans. I am now turning the bubble loose. War has been declared.
That kind of money.
Watch out, y'all!
3 billion, 4 billion. Nobody knows.
Watch
Nobody has
out!
any idea what it is.
It's not engineering.
But it's over 3 billion, and it's probably going to be over 4 billion by
He's
the
a
time
big
they
fish
finish.
bullshitter.
And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just gave you the story. And just to finish on this one, so I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better.
Right. Right.
So the guy said to me,
Yeah.
you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give him
That's literally that's the engineering. This one works.
to you for nothing. I said,
Facts
no,
are
I don't
killing
want that.
Karens. They're killing them today. Like how he signs everything on TV and with a Sharpie. No question he signed it. Exactly. You getting drafted, so get ready for war. Yep, I got my remote control. I'm ready for my Lindsey Graham $100,000 a year video game job. Blowing up Iranians. Thanks for letting me know.
Let me pay.
but by please keep yelling.
I want to pay.
Ah!
You don't have to. You're the president of the United States.
You're
He was
welcome.
shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, "Is this really the president?" He said, "No, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor." I said, "Nope, I want to pay you." And he said, "What would you like to pay?" I said, "How about $5 a pen?" He said, "That's all right. Whatever the hell we agreed to, peanuts, as opposed to 1,000." And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have
No
30,
draft
40
premium
people
on.
standing behind me.
Exactly.
I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, "Could I have a couple extra?" This way I go like this. "Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5,
Right, it's a business
could
story,
be zero,
exactly.
But for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? And with that.
LOL, laugh up, now cry later. I'm Christopher. Can I donate money to you? I love your content. Oh, here comes Dark Kama again.
Can I give it to please?
Y'all ready?
A man who's done a great job at Treasury.
Well, bitch can't afford a 99-cent donation out here trying to proposition me.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow.
My doggy would
That
love
is
your
very
money.
Illustrated. Your economic
love
leadership
it.
has made our military mission possible.
Jerry's like, please
Mr.
give me
President,
all the
national
money.
security,
Please.
as you always say,
Please
is
give me all
economic
the money.
security. Your leadership
Please.
has shown the American
Please give us all the money. Right, Jerry? Please give us all the money. We need it. Right?
people that there is no prosperity without
Come
security.
back. Big thief. Sorry, I donated it to build the wall. Well, that's good. I'm glad that we can get rid of the fucking illegal immigrants. Thank you for supporting our racist values as white Americans.
Is fighting off
Big thief
this
saving
evil
American
regime.
money.
The Iranians
Economic
believe they are
leadership.
fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. The historic Operation Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives.
Oh my God! Are you guys ready? Let's see what's happening. Oh, it looks like Mr. JD is gonna pull away with it again. 301 votes. JD Vance coming away with it. 43%. Gavin Newsom 37%. Afro Man getting the same vote as Kamala Harris last night. That's a wild one. It's a wild one.
Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines through the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's maritime reinsurance program.
I don't believe anything this fucking stupid treasurer retard says. That's for sure.
In conjunction with
eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Trump just gives them $14 billion.
Will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world.
Yo, y'all wanna get a little insight onto me as a producer? I just got a pitch via voicemail, so y'all tell me in the chat if you think that this pitch for a movie is worth my time and effort. If I should take a meeting with this guy. Bill Kearney, streaming series comp. Yeah, this is a message for Alex Wagner. Alex, my name is Bill Kearney. I'm going to be sending you an email over for a project I'm working on, Total Comp, CONPED. Even though it's written as a novel, it's based on true events that occurred in the early 80s in the casinos of Atlantic City. Even though it's written as a novel, it's based on true events that occurred in the early 80s and the casinos of Atlantic City. I'll send it over. It is something you're interested in. You'll have information and to kick it back. He just sent me that email. Let's see what that says. That email. Can we get a synopsis, buddy? Storyline. The 2001 storyline ends in 1986 after the main character... Oh, what the fuck? Some schizophrenic shit? The 2025 version. What the fuck are we talking about? Martin Scorsese movie Casino in 1995 was an adaptation of Casino. The book. Guy might be a schizophrenic.
Thanks.
Guy might be a schizophrenic. Kuma, when you gonna say something of value? LOL. Bubba's banning Kuma because Kuma's being ridiculous as always. Besant faking sources in his book. I don't believe a word he says. Getting times out, bad boy. Which is funny since Trump keeps claiming he won. Kuma in the corner. Kuma to the corner.
Energy efforts in term 1 and term 2. The U.S. is a energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is...
Also, bro, you read like you recently suffered a TBI. You okay? No, me and John Fetterman, we have a lot of conversations. God, you're a virgin. No, I wish. Ouch, Mr. Sanganidi.
Is up more than 10% for working
Kuma's already out of timeout? How did that happen?
Americans. The economy you vitalized through your...
Kuma, how are you already out of timeout?
...is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead.
You don't like the Treasury Secretary, but Trump loves him?
Anniversary, America will never be safer.
I don't like anybody in charge of money. Anybody in charge of money is like, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself!
And more
Sir?
secure militarily
I'll trust you.
and economically.
I don't have enough money to be trusting the money
I
guy.
just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting?
Can we stop? Can we stop with the central casting thing?
I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. Pretty good. No, I'm looking pretty good too.
To be honest, I like Steve Mnuchin way better. Hollywood producer Steve Mnuchin knew what the fuck he was doing. Going for 2 consecutive terms out. This is a cult meeting. Yeah, it might be.
I'm looking at this guy. He's central
cult of
casting.
American
Even the
Republican
glasses are
politics.
perfect. Where do you get this?
Bassett got
I'm
balls
gonna
and
get
calls it like it
glasses.
is. I don't know.
That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No,
I
he's done a
haven't.
great job.
I haven't really ever. I've never gotten anything of substance from this Treasury Secretary to make me think that he's anything good. And to be honest, I like the loudmouth, wild, provocative, feel of Steve Mnuchin, and it kind of pisses me off that we're taking that away from him. You know what I mean? We're taking away the Hollywood producer from the reality star. Like, the reality star should definitely be having a Hollywood producer as a Treasury Secretary. Seems like some corporate bullshit to put this fucking boring motherfucking schmuck in there instead. Joe likes caulk. Here come the stupid comments. Got nothing to say. Throw an insult at the host.
Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium?
President Freedom Trump.
Like, how do you secure Iran? And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What
goals
kind of a
without it?
question? Am I going to go in for the... Oh, yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person, too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yes, Mr. President.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed. And sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine. Mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine, but we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. That's a tough situation. That whole Ukraine situation, very, very tough.
Pathological
We're working
liar.
very hard
TDS,
on getting that one
condition.
solved. It doesn't have any
Donald
impact on us.
Duck
Virtually
Trumbull
nothing. In fact,
collapse.
if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month. 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars. And many of them, I think, were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred.
Hey, we just hit that fucking third hour, guys. We are in our third and final hour. But wait, what is that? We're above 10,000 views already. We're almost at 30,000 views. So we will be going into overtime in that 4th hour. So we got one more hour of news with you. Locking it in. One more hour with this poll. JD Vance still pulling ahead. 43% to 37%. Afro Man in 3rd place with a clear 20%. 367 votes on the Cali. Double tap. Hit that like button. Send your friends into the algorithm for the chat, for the poll of the day. Hit the subscribe button. When you hit the subscribe button, you get YouTube Shorts and these live streams sent directly into your algorithm. And remember, for $3 a month, you can become a member. We are 32 members strong. And when you are a member, you get a little Cash Patel logo next to your name. And then if you stay a member, it turns into a JD Vance. And then a Donald Trump. And eventually, an American flag. All for just $3 a month and 17 feature films in my feature film vault library. All available at that one low price right there on this very YouTube channel. So go check it out. Go help out the show. I appreciate you all. Back to Daddy Trump in our 3rd hour.
I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us.
If I subscribe, will you supply the Everclear? I couldn't possibly supply enough Everclear for you, bro. I couldn't.
Thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our war," about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. what's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago, it was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right?
Epstein for president. My dear president, take care of yourself. I am 2 shots in, and he's still not making sense. Trump's the daddy.
Crazy.
Trump's the daddy. He's all our daddy.
31,000
what it is. Trump is a lunatic,
both Russian
but he's also
and
our daddy.
Ukraine, died 2 months ago. 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that have been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was started.
I changed my vote from Mickey Mouse to Afro Man.
India and
way
Pakistan,
better.
and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman,
Trump
said
gets that shit done.
President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives. 2 nuclear nations. And
you're mentally disturbed, dude.
Those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is...
Trump gets nothing done.
It's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening.
Trump does so much nothing that I'm able to cover him for 3 hours live every single day. That's how much nothing this man does.
I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Just saying. Well, a whole lot of nothing, apparently. He killed 170 last month. Yeah, he did. Got to pull an episode 3, bro. Got to sometimes be a Darth Vader. Got to Anakin Skywalker some fucking little Jedis. Take them out. He has Stephen the Nazi to pull his puppet strings. Trump is an arsonist, starts the fire, and then takes credit for fixing his own shit. That sounds legit, right?
He's been in a very strange...
We have a few more years of this. Afro Man has a much better vocabulary. Wow, that's a really bad argument.
Strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, bro.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see you in your car cabin here, Linda. Good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down. Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well,
fuck Trump. Any proof of killing kids? There was the U.S. Pentagon actually released. They claimed 175 casualties by a drone strike, and then the New York Times, deep reporting, truthful reporting, which is very rare for them. But it was 167 children. And Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth keep claiming that the investigation is still going. But our own Pentagon literally said we killed these children. So
some people should do that.
I don't know. Maybe just claim it.
Every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself.
Trump supporters are the type to bring condoms to a family reunion. That's weird. Sigma, it's not far out of my friend.
It hasn't. We've thought about it. I guess.
Go to the corner, mister.
Honestly, when I did this,
You say my comment is legit, yet you support him. Fucking morons. Facts.
Knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history.
Mr. Signagi.
I said we're going to take a little bit of a hit.
Little pause. Little time out.
It's going to end up going much
You'll be
higher
back, I'm sure.
than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000
If
or
the left isn't pissing and moaning about something, they just ain't happy.
7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve.
Win Trump.
And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers? For someone who takes a lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers can't speak.
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, Sean.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue. Right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and
what the fuck?
That you passed a CDL driving school, and
I've seen that 1,000 times. I mean, it's getting a little bit better, but I don't know how many jobs I've been on where the 18 wheeler comes up, can't speak English, and is fucking taking a year and a half to pull into the fucking driveway.
And again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge, and they don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that, and I need partnership with our states. Even California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us,
Even
which
easier
is surprising.
to join us?
Not all the way, a little bit.
Not so easy, because like when I was really desperate out of work, I literally applied to ICE, and I didn't even get an interview. They told me that I wasn't qualified because I didn't have any kind of security or law enforcement experience. That I had two, what was it? It was a professional. I had too many professional inquiries, which meant jobs, to suffice a non-skill setted worker interview. So the only way they could interview me for an ICE position was if I had in my resume said that I had worked in some sort of security or law enforcement, because I had too many things on my resume that had nothing to do with that. So I had been working in the workforce for too long to qualify for non-qualified work. I don't fucking ask me, but that's what happened. I was desperate. I wanted it.
But I'm shocked.
Mr. President, yes.
You know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home
ICE takers a lot of
business and
ex-military.
the daycare center.
That's what I mean. I think that what it is it's like it is an open call, but they're hoping that you either have EMT or cop or military or even fucking ground support experience. But if you don't, if you just had a bunch of office jobs, if you were just like, I worked for Meta and Facebook and Google and Disney and I worked on Avengers, and then I send that to ICE, they wouldn't even give me an interview. Because I needed a job, y'all. I was like, move me wherever.
They went out and inspected them in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're not.
I've been told overqualified is a lie.
Nice young man.
Overqualified is a lie on two fronts. One, overqualified is a lie. What they really mean is they don't think that you will remain at the position for the salary that they are offering. Or overqualified is a lie, and overqualified means actually you weren't qualified. In both cases, overqualified is in fact a lie.
He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors.
Goofball like Anonymous? That's me.
And they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist. And in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court, has really hurt our country too.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage.
The one who is not supported by AIPAC, a toaster would be a better president than those choices.
Look, we have
those are the choices, bro.
Very substantial.
We start every night with the top 4 Kelchi odds. and then we take the 2 poll getters, and they go in the runoff for the final poll of the day. And we add a third-party candidate. Our first night we added Tucker Carlson, only got 5%. Our second night we ended Kamala Harris, and she got 20%. Tonight, Afro Man is tying Kamala Harris with 20%. And Gavin Newsom, once again, sitting in the back seat. JD Vance, 43%. Gavin Newsom, 37%. Afro Man, 20%. Looks like JD Vance is going to win a 4th time. A 4th time, guys.
Talks going on.
We will do this poll every single night all the way through until the fucking election. It will be interesting to see if the tally becomes the reality. Alex, move along if it triggers your mind.
With respect to Iran.
Yep, true. Thanks for responding. Ex-military and have had many different jobs that last 5 years or more. Exactly. How long more we should listen to this bullshit? Started working legit at 14 with a school permit. Had basic training for a trade. At 21, I could get a job pumping gas because I put on my application I had trade skills. Yeah. Can he go one day without mentioning Biden or California? I don't think he is. I don't even think he's. I mean, he might have mentioned Biden when talking about the Sharpies, but he was pretty close to not mentioning Biden today. I pray Vance wins. Gregory, thank you for your service.
You're not talking about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want, sir.
Can I reveal the present? You can do anything you want,
They said
sir.
to show you the fact that we're real.
Lowest
and
approval
solid,
rating, lol.
And
Thanks,
we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. 8 boats. 8 big
Rubio.
boats of oil.
Good press.
This was 2
Trump
days
number
ago.
1.
And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually.
What the fuck is
Happened to
going
be
on?
Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz.
Eugene, sorry, move along and right back at ya. I'm jealous of that hair.
Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were.
Canada loves Trump.
They were real, and I think they were Pakistani
Iran
flagged.
denying this.
And I said,
They're
well,
denying
I guess
this
we're
the
dealing
second
with
it
the right
happened.
people.
They're like, that didn't happen. That didn't happen.
They then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right, I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a
Like
present.
this live and subscribe, y'all. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Appreciate y'all.
2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to
Can we
find
get 100
murderers and
likes?
take them
Yes,
out of
we're
our
very
country.
close. Double tap that like button. Double tap. Hit that like button. When you hit that like button, you send people into the algorithm for our poll of the day. Our poll of the day right now, JD Vance blowing away with it. 42% to 37% with Afro Man at 20%. 470 votes in. Send people into the chat by double tapping that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. When you hit that subscribe button, you get YouTube Shorts and these live streams every single day, at least 3 hours of news sent right into your algorithm. And after you hit that subscribe button, make sure you hit that join button, because for $3 a month, you too can become a Cash Patel member, which then turns into a JD Vance member after month 2. And eventually, a Mr. Donald Trump. And then, just an American patriot yourself. And for $3, you get that little logo in your name in the chat, but also 17 feature films in my film vault right there on the YouTube page, ready for you to enjoy. If you're in here, smack that like. Thank you all. Absolutely. Got 5 of them there. We got 7 more likes to go for 100, guys. Let's get it.
Murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is by putting them at the airport, and I just say, do me a favor, take off your masks. And they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers and they're in the net, but for that.
33,000 of you joining the chat so far. So we are above what we did. We're pulling bigger numbers today than we pulled for the entire stream yesterday. The entire 4-hour stream yesterday. We're only 2 hours into this one. Appreciate you all. Keep it going. Daddy Trump.
And they did. They took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people. They're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops, they're dirty cops.
I so tired of seeing him telling lies. He is the worst. The devil want him.
It's a dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy. He's no investigations, and I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, ma'am, in this country,
Trump
we'd
is
have
doing a lot.
More than a balanced
Got
budget.
salute
We'd
him.
have
Absolutely.
a surplus.
Truth hurts these
in the case of
libtards.
It's very Somalia-oriented.
I will say, we've only covered the war meeting so far today, the cabinet meeting from today so far, but Daddy Trump, big fucking W on the day. Raise the fucking Chicago Cub flag because Daddy Trump is giving out free fucking wins today, y'all.
Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting
Little less of a
country,
headache.
one of the worst countries in the
Black
world.
ass channel, kick rocks,
Acknowledged
low
to be
life.
one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst.
Is your name really Brizos? Trump's signature to approve appear on U.S. dollar in first for sitting president. God bless all you real ones out there. Absolutely.
They have no
Trump
money,
is
they have
making libs
nothing.
miserable.
They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob.
3 likes away, guys. 3 likes away. If you are just joining the chat, make sure you double tap. Hit that fucking like button. Send us into the 100 zone. And you will also be sending people into the algorithm for our poll of the day. JD Vance running away with it, 42%. He's going to win for a 4th straight day, guys. Almost 500 votes in. Afro Man sitting pretty with 20% of the vote, though. Afro Man would do well as a third-party candidate, it looks like.
And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians.
Half of the Democrats are getting deported, LOL. Trumpstein files. A dude like you got room to talk. Come on, man. Demstein files. Fact.
And we have dirty cops. The Attorney General.
It is nice at this point. Like, they exacerbate and, like, ruin everything. So, like, I am totally fine calling them Demstein files now. Because at this point, it fucking is. Take care, Alex. Bubba, peace out. Peace out, Michael Olsen. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow, man.
It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And something should be done
Angel
about
more
him.
like devil.
Let's see what kind of job you do.
The other half are sadly American and get to stay.
Excuse me?
We just hit that 100. Hit 100 likes, guys. What the fuck? What the fuck? How many fucking people are in this live stream right now? We got 33,000 of you. 33,000 of you. Can we hit 50,000 by the end of the show? We got 37 minutes left of the show. We are guaranteed overtime going into that 4th hour. If we stay above 50 members, we will go at least 4 hours. If we're at what we're at right now, which is 107, we'll go on to 5, 6, 7, whatever the fuck we need. And if we're still live at 11 p.m. Central Time tonight, we will be doing a Kanye West bully party live. A live listening party, guys. Stick with it. Daddy Trump.
Charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't know. Look, their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks
Hit that
ago.
like button, hit the sky.
And with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did, exactly. And watch, he's like, again, I guarantee you that Trump is going to make a sloppier answer of this than I am. There's a difference between absentee and mail-in ballot. A blanket mail-in ballot is when you send it to a person's home without their request. They pick up the ballots, they're everywhere like pamphlets, and you just send them back into the mail. Voting by mail via absentee means that you aren't currently in the state in which you reside, in which you live. Like you're overseas, you're on vacation, you're working, you're doing something. I did this a lot. In New York, I voted absentee in Illinois many times. They then send you an official ballot in the mail after you identify with your ID who you are. And then you send that ballot back in the mail. It is just as secure as a regular ballot. And it's been around since George fucking Washington, y'all. There's a clear difference between that and mail-in ballots. But watch Donald Trump fuck this answer up.
You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States.
Fucking idiot. See what I'm saying? Like, why did you use a mail-in ballot? His response should go, I didn't. I registered in New York for my ballot in Florida because I'm the president of the United States and I don't live here, or not in New York, in D.C., and they sent me my official absentee ballot. Instead, this motherfucker's like, because I'm president? Like, giving more fuel to the fucking Dems.
I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine taking...
But you were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right. And I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things. But, you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, whatever. So I was away.
So again, like, so now the motherfucker is arguing for universal mail-in ballots for people that are sick? What are we doing? Bro, every time I try to, and then you fucking do some shit like this.
Mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
We'll never get rid of Don. It's not like we didn't tell you he was babbling the food. Exactly, but that's the problem. Is it's like you ask a clear and obvious answer, you should get a clear and obvious answer. Or if you ask a clear and obvious question, you should get a clear and obvious answer. And instead, it's like you ask a clear and obvious question, and the motherfucker's like, "'Cause I'm Trump." Like what? I hate Trump for fuel prices. Trump has the intellect of a 7-year-old. Look in the mirror. Facts.
By the way, they deserve it. It's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Trump reminds me of Shooter McGavin.
We don't want...
Oops, come on, Trump. I'm sick of Democrats. Does this count?
Impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. You know, if you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that, that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought. and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this. We've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that costs $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good.
Mail-in ballots isn't meant for everyone. It's meant for people out of state, country, or sick that can't vote. Yeah, exactly. But he should have said that. Instead, he said, "I'm the president," and fucking, yeah, I was in Palm Beach, but I wanted to. Okay.
So it's really, you know,
fucking guy. Say absentee, please.
Clean up pretty quickly.
Tired of the fighting you.
Say this. They want to make. And I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
So
the reason they want to make a deal is because they've just been beat to shit. The President of the United States, y'all. Look up Strait of Hormuz shipping. It's running ships right now. Exactly. It's meant for military, the disabled, and elderly. Absolutely. But it's also meant for if you are out of your own home state. If you're sick or disabled. Exactly.
Taking control of Iran's
and it's also called absentee balloting. It's not called universal mail-in balloting. There's a difference, and they should, as Republicans, distinguish the difference with those two names. They should call one absentee balloting, and they should call the other universal mail-in balloting. This is how you make sure that people understand what you're for and what you're against.
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in
absolutely
billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And
that's
sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore, and it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
and we get a lot of it, and they got more than they have in many years. Yeah. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million things.
Visit Venezuela president calling out Trump to come and get him next day. He was in custody. Exactly. That was fucking hilarious.
There's 100
That's
million
all they have.
barrels.
Name calling, LOL.
We took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships.
Here's the problem, guys. See what I mean?
And we got some, and they got some.
Because you don't define
we paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people...
You'll still be screaming this in years' time. Trillions wasted later. All I got to say, though, is why can't we use our own oil and gas? We have enough to last us 100 years or more, and that should bring prices down, shouldn't it? But the ability to store that money is what allows for that money to, or allows for us to leverage ourselves economically. If we don't have oil reserves, we can't leverage our currency the way that we do. So it's like you kind of, to have the universal dollar, you kind of need that, you know?
Actually, I'm the highest polling person. In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful.
Trump won't stop Iran. He wants his equipment back from Afghanistan. Let's go Patriots and non-Patriots.
Option, yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern,
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly. If we don't
Bullshit. Okay, thank you for the answer. As if the big rich oil tycoons of the USA will lower their profits so you guys can have cheap gas, a zero chance, free Cuba next. Absolutely. I think that's what this really is about, honestly. If you isolate the money from Venezuela, you're going to force Cuba out. And we need Cuba to, like, fall. And I think we're going to finally get that. Jail for little Donnie Trump. Can we say Trump 2028? LOL. I mean, he is like number 5 on the fucking Kelchi odds right now, which is kind of crazy. They did already. Did you have the same energy under Joe Biden?
We're going to be protecting them. We know.
I had zero energy under Joe Biden. I was falling asleep, bro. Open up the drilling.
Very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the 3 of them, Kuwait, Bahrain. They've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way.
Why do you want Cuba? Serious question. Because Cuba is the closest assetable asset to the United States mainland that currently is occupied by a communist government. Like, it's one thing to say Russia and China won't hurt us or Iran won't hurt us. We have an ocean between us. It's another thing to say Cuba won't. We need to end this nonsense in our own fucking waters. It should have never happened to begin with. We should have never allowed them to do it. The only reason we did is because the Clintons tried to do this with Haiti in the 90s and they failed. So people were too worried that they would turn Cuba into a failed state like Haiti. So they weren't willing to turn off the illegal water faucet of money coming into them through illegal oil of Venezuela, because they thought, it's better if we don't turn it into Haiti. Personally, I think Cuba has a little bit more stability than Haiti. I think that Cuba will survive. I think that Cuba is going to have to fucking make a deal with Mr. Daddy Trump. The reason I say this is because it says in the Constitution it must be a consecutive, only 2 consecutive terms. He has not done 2 consecutive terms. He's done a term and then skipped one and the second one. Absolutely, Aaron. You and our buddy, one of our mods, you know what? You know what, Aaron? I rarely do this with somebody that hasn't been here very long. But Aaron, you're making the point that we all should be making about Daddy Trump. Aaron, you have been knighted. You are our mod of the day, Aaron. Welcome to the club. It's just my way of signaling people that are awesome in the chat, having good conversations, bringing up good points. And Aaron, I usually look at the scoreboard and pull somebody up that's top on the scoreboard for the night. But your point is so fucking accurate. And Michael Olson, one of our other mods, he points this out all the time, so do I. And I pointed it out since he's been running in his second term, which is the Constitution clearly states 2 consecutive terms. And all this terminology, all this weirdness, why are we all societally forgetting the fact that the Constitution specifically says 2 consecutive terms? Let's pull this up in Gemini, because I'm interested to see what the corporate response is to this, because I've been thinking this for like fucking years now. Why can't Trump run again when it clearly says 2 consecutive terms, and he did not do his terms consecutively? Let's see what bullshit Gemini pulls up for us on this one. Kennedy tried but failed to overthrow Cuba. Oh yeah, Aaron, let me just throw out the chat on that again. Your access point. You basically have access to unhide comments. We allow free speech here across the board, even if people are being nonsensical, even if they're being insane. But if somebody's annoying the fuck out of you, if they're doxing, if they're spamming, whatever, you can always put them in timeout. Just a little hold on their name, and you can put them into a little timeout. Bubba J007 does a good job of this for us, for the most part. Cuba is pouring under control of communism. Set Cuba free for its people to prosper. Did they let Russia set up rockets under Castro or something like that? LOL. You don't know anything about Cuba. Why would you want him for another term? The country is a mess. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're humanitarian, Bubba. Should only mean 2 times, not back to back. America will change Cuba quickly. Right, but it says literally 2 consecutive terms. What does consecutive mean? If not together. America will change Cuba quickly. Trump is a clown psychopath. Okay. I completely understand where the confusion is coming from, as people usually talk about presidents serving 2 consecutive terms. However, there's a slight misconception about the law is actually written. The U.S. Constitution doesn't require president terms to be consecutive. The 22nd Amendment, the rule for presidential term limits are laid out in the 22nd Amendment, which was ratified in 1951. The exact text states, no person shall be elected to office or the president more than twice. Notice that the word consecutive isn't in there. The amendment simply sets a lifetime cap. A person can only be elected president for a total of 2 terms. It does not matter if those terms are back-to-back or if the gap is between them. Okay, but where does the term consecutive come from then if it isn't in the 22nd? I've always read the 22nd Amendment as 2 consecutive terms. Check the PayPal. I just did, Bubba. Thank you so fucking much. I was confused. I was like, is he doing this twice in a row with a giant fucking super chat? Because Bubba J007 last night gave a huge super chat via PayPal to me. And tonight, he doubled it. He did the same fucking thing again, guys. This man is single-handedly keeping this show fucking alive. Unbelievable support by Bubba J007. Appreciate you so fucking much, my guy. Without you, especially monitoring this chat the last 2 days, it could have gotten ugly out of hand. I could have went insane. I was already going insane with the Bernie fucking AI shit, but I would have really gone insane arguing with these people if you didn't put some of them in timeout. Which other president did 2 terms not consecutively? There's your answer, Adams. No, the U.S. Constitution does not allow a person to be elected to the president more than twice, even if those terms are non-consecutive. What happens to doing what's best for your country? FDR, no. The Democrat hero, LOL. Bubba is gay. You're gay. And now, this is what I'm going to do. Oh, wait. Bubba is gay. Put the time. And 30-minute timeout placed by the owner, the operator. Go fuck yourself, Ronnie. Go fuck yourself, Ronnie. You don't call my super chatting fucking awesome, amazing, godsend fucking person that's holding the pillars of the institutions of independent media alive. You don't call him gay. You get yourself fucking kicked. Okay? Trump is so demented he won't finish his term, but put him in an insane asylum. That's that. What I always thought too out of the 22nd Amendment, that was the Democrat keeps saying, Grover Cleveland, 2 non-consecutive terms. Grover, go Ronnie to the corner. No kings. Facts. Ronnie's in a 30-minute corner now. Ronnie called the super chatter gay. And that's unacceptable. Call Donald Trump gay. Call me gay. But calling the supporters gay? Had enough. We support LGBTQ rights here, all right? I don't know if Bubba's gay or not. Even if he was. We love him anyway. And your fucking anti-gay hate will not be allowed in this non-binary chat. No kings. Trump king of America. Okay. All right. So, this is a really great question. If the word isn't in the Constitution, it is completely understandable to wonder why everyone always says 2 consecutive terms. The confusion mostly stems from a mix of historical tradition and the rarity of non-consecutive terms, and a mix-up with state laws. Here is a breakdown of where the idea comes from. George Washington precedent. When George Washington was the first president, there were absolutely no term limits in the Constitution. However, after serving 2 terms back-to-back, he voluntarily stepped down. This set a powerful, unwritten rule that presidents should only serve 2 terms. Because he served his terms consecutively, the public's concept of the presidency naturally became associated with the specific back-to-back timeline. It is the historical norm. Before Donald Trump, there was only one president in U.S. history who served 2 non-consecutive terms, Grover Cleveland, in the late 1800s. Every other president who served 2 terms did so back-to-back. Because a non-consecutive presidency is so incredibly rare, people just started treating 2 consecutive terms as the standard default definition of the 2-term presidency. Confusion with state and local laws. This is perhaps the biggest reason for the modern confusion. While the U.S. presidency has a strict lifetime limit of 2 terms, many state governors or local mayors have consecutive term limits. For example, in many states, a governor can serve 2 consecutive terms, but then they are forced to step down. However, after sitting out an election cycle, they are legally allowed to run again. Yeah, we do know that. I think that's where it is coming from. That's where we're getting this perception that Donald Trump could do it again. It's from the perception that that's what governors do. Governors in America do that all the time, where they take 2 consecutive terms, they take one off, they go back again. Separation of church and state is not the Constitution. FDR served more than 2 terms. Yes, but that was before 1951 when this law was ratified. The person that says that Trump is a clown should be silenced as well. The 2-term limits was created because FDR, so now they want to change history again. Trump has an incredible cult following like Mussolini. FDR, 4 terms, died in his 4th term. Yeah.
Missiled.
And that's where the thing kind of gets a little, where it's like, Donald Trump does have FDR qualities. And the reason that they did this was because, think about it. Think about how fucking ridiculous that is. Congress couldn't write term limits for themselves. But after realizing that they had to deal with one president for almost 20 years, almost an entire generation, they decided, oh wait, in 1951 we're going to put a law in here so we don't all have to deal with one guy our whole lives. But we're going to keep not putting a law in that says that there's any consecutive term limits for us. We can be in here forever, but that president, we need that guy to change so that we can keep fucking doing what we're doing in Congress over here. Freedom of speech for me, but not for thee. It's the American way, LOL. Yes, Rob, after he dies in office, they created the 22nd Amendment for 2 terms. And why did they do that? And they didn't do it for themselves. They could have done that the same exact day. They could have been like, actually, enough of this bullshit, 2-term limit for presidents and 4-term limit for every senator. Instead, they were like, no, we get to live here. We get to live here. But Daddy Trump can't run again. Okay.
They were shot at. Nobody ever
pick
thought
one.
They'd be shot
That's what I say. Pick one.
UAE had
Trump 2028. That's right, Bubba. Then tell me why FDR was so privileged privileged to have 4 terms even though he didn't live to finish his 4th term? If Donald Trump is that good, why can't he make an amendment to the Constitution that says that? Well, if you like, FDR had to die in order for Congress to be able to write a law that prevented this. So it would be insane to think that anybody could then lobby themselves to do the opposite before death. After Donald Trump's death, and after we see whoever the fuck is next, like, if JD Vance becomes president or Gavin Newsom becomes president and ruins the entire country, and then Donald Trump dies after being in office, maybe Congress writes a law after Donald Trump's death that says, you know what? Enough of this 2 consecutive term nonsense, because look at fucking Mr. Newsom over here burning buildings down.
1,400 missiles.
But I really don't think that it will happen until his passing, if it does. But he does have the power. He does have that same leverage
aimed at him. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history, called the Patriot. Almost every single missile.
Res 26 introduction to Rep. Andy Ogles proposes amending the U.S. Constitution to allow presidents to serve a 3rd term, loosening the current 2-term limit. Let's go. Yeah, okay. We could see that. That is like, that is kind of like our only hope there on that, is that we could see them lobby for a law that allows just for a 3rd term. Just for a 3rd term. But if we're going to get rid of the FDR law that stops presidents, the only way that's going to happen is if the next guy is really bad and then Donald Trump dies.
101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Iran still has that enriched uranium. Is it even possible?
3 more years of Trump haters crying for attention.
Well, you're going to have to see, but, you know.
I think that should go for a congressman as well, term limits. Absolutely. That's kind of the fucking thing, is that, like, how can we accept as constituents and as citizens a law from 1951 that was specifically written just so that senators could continue to run the government without ever having to talk to a president? Like, it's, I don't believe in that law. I don't think that that's a good law, or that was a law that benefits anyone in America other than the people writing the laws. So does that mean Obama could run also? Absolutely. That's what I think we should do. We should have fucking Trump and Obama run next. Because everybody else is a fucking buffoon. So why not? 12-year term limits and needs for all Congress? Absolutely.
I think
Well, that's true, but Trump is the good shape so far. Absolutely. No more Bernie Sanders or Mitch McConnell's, Nancy Pelosi's.
We're in just very good shape.
Etc.
We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful.
He looks way better than Biden ever did. Sorry you didn't get Cammy.
Beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible.
No more Obama.
I mean, I read a story today that
need I remind you guys, there is a president that is alive that only had 1 term. Joe Biden could return. Joe Biden could return.
I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know me. Let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But you know, I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
The safe enough to leave the region? Because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
You're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all.
How can Congress? How can we get the Congress and Senate to pass such a law for term limits? Absolutely right. It's if you change the Constitution, son, Trump can run. So can Obama. Left.
We have so much oil. Our country is not
Biden
affected by this. We have more.
Away from
we have twice the amount of oil.
I think Joe Biden's making a comeback. I think tomorrow night I'm going to put Joe Biden as the third party candidate because I think Joe Biden's making a comeback. I think Joe Biden's going to win. He's going to become the next president of the United States. An hour into our poll, 620 votes. JD Vance running away with it, 43%, 38% Gavin Newsom, 19% Afro Man, which means that Kamala Harris was receiving more of the vote than Afro Man and Tucker Carlson. Kamala Harris is a number one independent candidate so far, a third-party candidate,
Or
Kamala
Russia.
Harris.
And soon it'll
Wow. Our president needs the power over government, straight talk, and loves his
be
country.
3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good.
Pretty
you know
good.
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President,
Anything else you want to say?
Giggling hairs.
Well, same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production is ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President.
It would take 3/4 of vote of the Senate in order to amend the 22nd Amendment. Exactly. And think that they actually got 2/3 of Congress to actually write that amendment. That in 1951, they had enough people in Congress that were like, yes, we want to control the government forever and not benefit anybody. Because they didn't write term limits for themselves. They could have done that at the same time. They could have said, across the board, all three. They could have said, Supreme Court is lifetime appointee. Everybody else, 12 years max. Nah. They were just like 8 years max for the prez and lifetime for us still.
And I'm not being, it's not a political statement. It's
Double A or Iran.
No, because it's like they view President Trump like Simon Bowler. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced it was the first time.
Scary point. Let's just say if Trump passes and that no limit turn the next election, if the Dems win, then what? Good debate, though. Yeah, that is true on that one. Like, I've said it already. I think that we could potentially see some sort of bill pass that allows for a third term. But if we're talking about getting rid of the 22nd Amendment or voiding it in some manner, that's only going to happen with the death of Donald Trump. And if that happens, that could be really, really fucking scary for the future with Democrats in charge. You take me off a moderator? No. You're a moderator, Aaron.
I'm in Venezuela.
Well, you're not. Well, yeah, you're a moderator, yeah. Admins and moderators are different, but you're mods.
History.
You're modsin. That's why you got the little blue logo next to you, bro. Can anyone see all the recorded in your face talk about getting things done? God bless our POTUS.
They had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores, and it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is it 1/4 of what it was before? They
Aaron,
want
you
to get
still
back.
got that,
They remember what it was.
register?
Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
Forget that. When are they going to do the statue? The hell with you.
When are they going to build me a statue?
Thank you. You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be.
I was
And
trying to
also,
time out somebody, but I couldn't do it because they were calling me pathetic. Wow, just completely disconnected from reality. Yeah, if you just gotta tap on the name, or the comment, and then it should open up for you, and it should say channel activity of author. Go to their channel, add as an admin. I don't know if you can add as a moderator or not, but then you'll be able to. You can see the put timeout or hide user on this channel. Timeouts are our best course of action with these fucking people, because then they can just sit there, they can think about their fucking thoughts, and then they can come back and say some more stupid dumb shit. Keep the algorithm moving, right?
Are you surprised by how weak?
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man, but I think he.
Who is they
did
saying is
something that was
disconnected from
shocking.
reality themselves?
He didn't want to help us.
Pretty
And
much.
Maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was an easy.
Left my ass off.
Look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate that. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there.
Right, but now the Democrats can use this as leverage and say, the war's not over, the war's not over, the war's not over. He started a forever war. He started a forever war. And then all the Iranians are like, we're still fighting Donald Trump. We're still fighting Donald Trump. Meanwhile, nothing's happening because they don't exist. There's nothing of substance to do here. You just have to laugh at these cult fucks, dumbest people on earth. For a freedom of speech crew, you sure don't like alternative opinions, lol. I listen to them. I listen to all of your fucking alternative opinions. It's just when you're being retarded that you get shut the fuck down. Left has thoughts. Yes.
And that's not,
I would like to hear them.
fair.
I'd
And
like
we
to
have to
hear
remember
them.
that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why you what?
Here we are. We are now officially in overtime, guys. We are officially in overtime. What happens in overtime? Well, that's when we go to 3 hours, and we get that 4th hour because we're over 10,000 views. We're at 40,000 views, guys. 40,000 views right now. Our poll continues to go. Here are the rules of overtime. If at any point our chat drops below 50 viewers, the stream is over. We say goodnight. At the top of every hour, so in 58 minutes, we will check in again and see if we have at least 100 people in the chat. If we do, we will stay live. If we're live for 3 more hours, we will be doing a live listening party of the release of the Bully album by Kanye. So keep them going. Double tap that like button. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Get YouTube Shorts sent into your algorithm as well as these live streams every single day. And if you want to support the channel, $3 a month, join the club. Get your little cash patalp in next to your name. It changes into a JD Vance, then a Donald Trump, then an American flag. The more that you stay a member, And 17 feature films right there on my YouTube channel page, all for just $3 a month. Now that we're in overtime, here we go, people. Back to it.
To help with Iran.
He didn't.
The Democrats, why do you have to use the juvenile, vulgar, offensive F word? Fuck? Fag? Flumes? Fox? Fuck's real? Fox real? Is that what we're... Fox? Is that... Like as in fake? Stop saying that, Alex. The libs leave to shut us down. They do. They tend to do this. They tend to do this to us. They tend to almost shut the screen down.
I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we
disappear.
were. I don't know about any.
But my perspective is that, like, we're too entertaining for them to truly leave. They always come back like 3 seconds later.
More, to be honest with you, I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always...
Guys, right now we're at 62, and make sure you double tap, hit that like button if you're just joining the tap, because if we go below 50 members, the show is over. Double tap that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that join button, super chat, do whatever you need to do. Send it to a friend. We're at 62, and we need to keep the numbers coming.
Would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it.
Flumes.
We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful
You said
ocean.
the F word?
But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from...
Did you say the B word, or the C word, or the D word, or the E word, or the F word? You said the F word?
Russia. But they're not there.
What about the Z word?
It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people...
You are not entertaining.
Were big NATO people.
Then leave. Bye.
I was never big. It was okay.
Trump, Marco Rubio, 2028.
5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Is there... Wait, I got to see. I got to ask that right now. Okay. Is it okay for Donald Trump to run again, but only as VP? Oh, guys. I think we found it. Trump, Marco Rubio, 2028. It might happen. We let Trump build his golf course. Words hurt these libtards. This is a fascinating question, and it actually brings up one of the biggest unresolved debates in the U.S. constitutional law. The short answer is nobody knows for sure because it has never been tested. Constitutional scholars are sharply divided on whether a two-term president can run for vice president. If Donald Trump tried to run for vice president, it would trigger a massive legal battle that would almost certainly have to be decided by the Supreme Court. Here is why it is so highly debated. The 12th Amendment. Those who argue that the term limit president cannot run for a VP point to the last line in the 12th Amendment, which outlines how the VP is elected, it states, but no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. Yeah, so therefore they're saying if Donald Trump is not eligible to be president, then therefore he could not become vice president. I think they win that one. I don't think that Daddy Trump can be vice president. The argument here is the straightforward. Since the 22nd Amendment limits a person to 2 terms, they are constitutionally ineligible to be president again. Because the primary job of vice president is to take over if the president dies or resigns, it makes no sense to put someone in the role who isn't allowed to hold the top position. The loophole argument. The wording of the 22nd Amendment. The scholar who argues that a term limit president could technically run for VP point to the very specific wording of the 22nd Amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Not that they can't be eligible via vice presidential candidate. That's a fucking interesting one, ain't it? Legal experts who support this loophole point out that the 22nd Amendment only stops someone from being elected president again. It does not explicitly forbid them from serving as president, nor does it forbid them from being elected to a different office, like vice president, and ascending to the presidency through the line of succession. Under the strict, literal reading of the text, they argue the 12th Amendment doesn't block them because they are only ineligible to be elected, not ineligible to serve. That's fucking interesting. I kind of want him to do it just so we can see the fucking battle play out. That's some January 6th level shit. And if you guys want to see the Christmas movie, the only Christmas movie that ends on January 6th, a documentary about me leaving New York during the pandemic on Thanksgiving, moving to Florida, and the movie ends on January 6th, go watch Christmas in Florida. Right now available on Amazon Prime, Tubi, and Plex, as well as $3 a month. $3 a month, y'all! Right there on this YouTube page as a member of the channel.
You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2%.
The only issue that Trump's ego will refuse to take orders from anyone. Bubba, where are you at? Speaker of the House is third in line. Damn good question, but remember it goes both ways. I'm right here, Ryan.
To 5%.
I hope Trump wins again.
I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us.
What you got for me?
Did we need them? No.
What you got for me?
I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Ryan, where you at?
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the king?
What if Trump was to run as, say, congressman for Florida and win and then try to get the speaker's chair? I think that's harder than being VP, though. I think he legally can be VP. I mean, I think that there would be no problem with that, right? Could Trump run for Senate after president and then become Speaker of House? I'm pretty sure he can just straight up do that. So maybe he does that? Like, lifelong position, become a senator afterwards? Bubba, what type of Wi-Fi you have to not see those chats? What chats, Ryan, bro? I think you got really bad Wi-Fi, bro. Free Iran, King Free Iran. Oh, you're posting the same thing again. Don't spam the chat, y'all. You get the timeout. You get the timeout. I'm only going to time out you for 30 seconds or for 1 minute, but you get the timeout when you spam the chat, y'all. Will Mar-a-Lago just voted blue, so I'm a Democrat, but enjoy listening to both sides if they make sense. Absolutely. For the corner, Ryan, no, he would not in any way be VP. You have to qualify for president for a full term to be VP. No, you have to qualify for president. He does qualify for president. He doesn't qualify to be elected president. But he does qualify to become president through secession via the vice presidency. The only way that he would be ineligible to be vice president is if he was not a citizen, not over the age of 35, not naturally born. He checks all those boxes. With Trump's psychedelic dementia, he won't last that long anyway. I don't know, man. I'm watching him every fucking day over 3 hours, y'all. I don't know. You tell me. But boy does seem to work a lot.
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really.
We're down to 58, guys. We're down to 58. Double tap, hit that like button, hit that subscribe, send that share, do that thing, do everything you possibly can. Hit the heart button, do whatever the fuck you can, guys, because if we go below 50, the stream is over. Ryan, come at me with substance if you want to call me out. Wi-Fi, ha ha ha. Qualifying for president election is a qualification for vice president. Qualifying for presidential election is qualifying for vice president. No, it's not. It's qualifying to become president. The 12th Amendment says that no one can be vice president that does not qualify to become president. It does not say anything about the 22nd Amendment, which the 22nd Amendment says no individual can be elected president twice. He would not be elected. He would be seceding.
In our country.
He does qualify.
We had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles, I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. And he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country.
Hey.
And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you got to be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along, and if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years, and also offshore return hubs or detention centers similar to our.
Who did this? Which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was
Trump as the GOAT. Great job, host. You're the first one that made sense. Chad has great questions and debate. Absolutely appreciate you, Valley of Bones. Stick with it, my guy. We are a non-binary chat, making fun of the news, having fun today. I'm a little sad right now, guys. I just went and checked Spotify. And the last time I checked, it was 4 hours away. But they have officially removed the countdown of Bully from Spotify. We may be in for another Kanye delay. Another Kanye delay, y'all. I swear to God, I'm hoping that this is, they deleted the pre-album so that they can release it by midnight tonight. But Jesus Christ, this album has been out since March of last year. And the man still can't get it released. He has a concert sold out in LA. The return of Kanye West to the States in less than 5 days, guys. Maybe we don't see new Kanye. I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Good. To 208 again.
Come on, 107 in the chat. The libs are killing it. God bless President Trump, our military, and the cabinet, and Congress and senators. Hello, Junior Gonzaga. God bless you all. UK represent.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now. And they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats, even though I did great with the Hispanic vote. Tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me, and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with the Hispanics. When
hey,
I built
Betty.
the wall,
Welcome back to the chat.
Them
losing breed.
For the Hispanic was just the opposite. They know all
we are
about
currently in overtime,
immigration, and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people, and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of
Betsy
insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election,
well,
I believe our country would have been destroyed by
have
now.
to
1
strongly
year,
disagree.
That's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy
Do people
Joe,
still like Trump after all the shit he's
doing?
doing?
The same thing.
Yeah,
Two
exactly.
sleepy people.
Yeah.
Two stupid people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability. And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president. I mean, you don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin
Trump is
Newsom
America's
said that he
daddy.
can't read a speech.
Absolutely, the daddy Trump.
Do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room, and he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing set. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person.
Smash that like button, let's go!
I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press never reports it. I'm the only president that ever took
now
a
the mental
cognitive
part
test.
will hurt Trump. Unfortunately, we already have a jackass in office. Let's smash that like button!
I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me, but it's a cognitive test.
We are
Starts
currently in
off with an easy
overtime,
question,
guys.
And by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test. Because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago.
God bless President Trump, his cabinet, and all of the military, and all of the Congress, both Republican and unfortunately Democrats, because unfortunately they are people too. Yep.
And I'll tell you about President Obama.
Yep.
He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man. Highly overrated. He was a great divider.
Obama!
And our country
Soda!
can't go through that anymore. Can't go through. We have done an amazing job.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. It's my favorite fucking thing in the world. Obama! Soda! Oh shit! And we got Dean Withers over here. We're gonna definitely get. We're definitely gonna. We're definitely gonna kick in on that one. But first, Obama soda. You ready?
Obama soda. Obama.
On.
Obama soda. Obama soda. Obama soda. Obama
Obama soda. Let's go to Dean Withers. Let's see what this fucking piece of trash has to say.
They're still getting undocumented immigrants out of this country. So what that tells me is that you think that there is some immediate precedent that ought to be
yes,
met
donkey
with the
sounds like one
immediate
too.
deportation of all
Hello,
undocumented
President
immigrants.
Trump.
And if we
I'm a
don't do
loyal
this, then the
follower. God
country's gonna
bless you
fall.
and your family.
And that's why it's
Good
still okay to support people that
Undertale
are doing the mass
music.
deportation, regardless of all of these grave immoralities. And my question to you would, of course, naturally follow.
Fucking nerd. What a fucking nerd. We have such a better live stream. Why don't we have more people? We should have way more people than Dean Withers. Y'all need to fucking push this shit up. This kid is washed. The kid is very washed. 752 votes on our fucking poll of the day. And JD Vance might be president once again. He might pull away with our 4th win.
Stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because
having nukes.
Our country would not
Got
have
a
been
haircut.
safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been. It has not been reciprocal, because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody.
Woo! All right. So there's that. We're going to go back. Like, here's my thing, is like, even when Daddy Trump isn't doing something about, like, the important shit, it's still Daddy Trump, right? So, like, more so than us going to all the important news of the day, the thing we have to cover first is anything that Daddy Trump does. So we gotta do this before we go to the rest of the news, because Daddy Trump, right? The kid is what from Having Nukes got a haircut. Trump, greatest POTUS ever. This one's only 15 minutes anyway.
J. Trump.
Yo, what's up? Trump Daddy's taking the stage with the Greek Orthodox for Easter. This motherfucker is like Russian but Christian and whatnot. Fucking hell yeah, let's go Daddy Trump. Let's do the Trump dance.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor. I wouldn't miss it. I'm supposed to be someplace at 5 o'clock, and I said, there's no way I'm missing this one.
King Trump to you?
Nobody
No, it's
would
Daddy
have
Trump.
the
No. You get it all wrong. You got it all wrong. Trump is not an oligarch. He is our daddy. He is Daddy Trump. This is a fucking democracy. We took our daddy and we said, yes, you can be our daddy.
To stand before you today with a truly respected man of faith.
It's about time that we just leave the world alone to their own devices, and if they ever need something to protect them, we should turn our backs on them like they did us. Absolutely. We need people who are united.
Greek American community, Archbishop Eli Pidophoros, who is a highly respected man, and Your Eminence, it's a great pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for coming. It's so nice. We meet once a year, and
no, it's Constitutional Republic. He's King Daddy Trump to you.
I wouldn't
No,
miss
he's
it.
just Daddy Trump.
And to all of the Greek American.
How do you feel about the little meme of him saying that the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead?
American patriots here this
I feel
afternoon.
like
Let me begin by wishing
Khamenei
you a
might
very
be
happy-
dead because, guys, let's check in. Let's check in on Iranian state propaganda. The last time we did, though, their site was down. And loading, and nothing. The site cannot be reached. This is what shows you the Iranians are fucked! They're so fucked! They don't even have a fucking TV station! That's how fucked they are!
Greek Independence Day, big deal.
Need people united to abolish the government.
We're
Good.
pleased to be
He
joined
lies
by
all the
many
time.
of
Donald
the
Trump will
proud,
be everybody's
hardworking
daddy
Greek
eventually
Americans
if
serving
they
in the Trump
pay hot
administration. I
federal
want as many as I can
correctional facility.
We have the Director of Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratzios. Where's Michael?
He almost killed two for us, actually.
Thank you, Michael. Great job. Doing a good job. Our Deputy Secretary of State,
And they admit
Mike
it too.
Rigas. Thank you, Mike. Along with the Greek Americans on the White House staff, including Director of the White House Visitor Office, and she does a great job, Alexandra Valetsis. Where are
Iran
you,
is demolished.
Thank you. Hello.
Bro, they don't even
In
have
the
a
corner.
fucking TV station.
And Senior
y'all.
Associate
They're fucking
Staff
toast.
Secretary
This war didn't even
Manisha
last a month, y'all.
Messinata. That's right. With great parents, too. And you did a good job with your daughter. She's been incredible. We can't forget our Greek American members of Congress, representatives, Gus Bilirakis. Hi, Gus. Great guy. Mike Haridopoulos. Hi. These are seriously Greek people. Just
Trump is an American warrior.
Nicole
Donald Trump is not the
Malliotakis.
atoned one. That's your
And
opinion
Jimmy
on best case
Petronis.
resolution? Best case resolution is literally that they agree to something. But either way, I feel like we're in the forever war phase where people that are anti-Trump for their whole life, they're going to now say that Donald Trump created a war and that the war is still going on, regardless of whether the war is going on anymore or not. I don't think you're going to prevent that. And I think that Donald Trump will most likely want to prevent that as quick as possible, but that doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to, even if they, the best that we can get is that somebody in charge says, yeah, it's over. That's the best that we can get. But more than likely, no matter what, you're going to get Democrats for the next 3 years saying there's a war going on in Iran.
Thanks as well to a great friend of mine.
If Trump is a so-called king, where is his crown? He's not. Yeah, exactly. What you all think about America? He did. I think Daddy Trump
right?
is here to stay.
Did a great job. And the chairman of Greeks for Trump, Christos Marafatsos.
He did. This conflict seems inevitable, Trump or no Trump. The usual Trump supporters from Macedonia and Thailand and Pakistan are on here. I'm out. Okay, bro. How long have you... Pocket, you've been in here for I don't even know how long, bro. And now you're like, oh, everybody in here is a bot. That's why he reads all the chats out loud and has people donating to him and communicating with... Everybody's a bot in here. After I sat in this fucking chat for an hour.
Right from the beginning.
Yeah. Bro, okay. He just got timed out for 600 seconds, but bro was trying to put out another comment after claiming that everyone in the chat was a bot. So he wanted to continue to argue with the bots, but the bots said it's time to sit in the fucking corner.
When America declared our independence 250 years ago,
and Islam is America.
Drew profound
and Islam in America. How was Iran roasting Trump on Twitter? Dang, we don't be controlled by the Epstein gang. LOL. All right, bro. I don't know what you're fucking reading on Twitter. Hey, Bubba. If Trump is so-called king, like some people say, where is his crown? Pocket, go to the corner.
From the example of ancient Greece. And when the modern Greeks declared their own
Daddy Trump
from a foreign empire a generation later,
daddies don't need a crown.
In 1821, a long time, they in turn looked to a place called.
The prophet married her when she was Ashia the prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old, and then she married with him at 9 years old till his death. Well, that was a fun fact, I guess. That had nothing to do with what's going on here. No crown, just king. I love my president. Trump 2028.
Nice place. Ever since the United States and the Hellenic Republic have stood side by side as two proud and thriving nations upholding the Western traditions born in Greece more than
Muhammad is on the list. It's called the Quran.
In recognition of this cherished bond,
good one.
we are pleased to welcome the Greek ambassador
are the
to the United
PDFs.
States, Mr. Antonis.
What does all of this mean for Australia? Anybody know what this means for Australia? Anybody know what this means for Australia? Yeah, me either.
What names? As well as the ambassador from
And Islam in America?
Evangelist Sava.
I mean, Australia is
like
going to
that
be
name.
out of gas. That's
And
funny. I
someone
don't
we know
look,
very well,
I don't
the
feel
US
or look
ambassador
like a
to
bot.
the
Exactly.
Hellenic Republic.
Am I a
Person I know very
a
well.
robot? Am I a Russian
An
robot?
inspiration to a lot of people, especially if you happen to be Greek. Kimberly Kimberly Now, Kimberly Guilfoyle has been my friend for a long time. I love calling her Kimberly. That's my little pet name, right? But you are the greatest. And I heard they love you over there. I hope you come
Pet name? Why you have a pet name for Kimberly?
back here in 12 years or whatever the term.
You know who Kimberly is, right? Kimberly is the best t-shirt to the com. She also was married to Mr. Gavin Newsom, that is in our poll, losing to Mr. JD Vance with 829 votes in. But let's look at this. I got to bring it back up again, guys. This is another solid one. The best is yet to come. Donald Trump. There she is. There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come. The best is yet
to come. Kimberly! I didn't know she was Greek. She was also married to Gavin Newsom. So if you guys don't think this is all incestuous bullshit, married to Gavin Newsom.
Come on up here, Kim. Stay alongside of us.
The only crown I know about it is the crown of Christ hanging and Islam in the world.
My friend,
Jesus
he's the most
King.
powerful man in
The
all of
only.
politics. Where is John? He owns ABC. Where is he? John, where are you? Come on up here, John. Get up. He loves publicity, this guy. Come on up here, John. He's got more things. He owns food stores, networks. Come on up. You want to bring your wife up? You can. She's really the boss. We know that. Come on up, John. Boy, oh boy, they didn't have his name marked down. I would have been in big trouble. I think it is marked down a little further back. I'm not putting him in the back, right, John? We've known each other too long.
A long time.
Come here.
We used to compete with each other.
We used to, but
You won.
but never.
You won. God, you guys don't know how fucking crazy that is. That's the head of ABC. He was making an Apprentice reference. Fucking A.
The debt that America and all of Western civilization owes
These
to the
lamas are
Greeks
child
is
monsters, as written in the
ancient
Quran.
and eternal. And to this day, American soldiers plunge into combat strengthened by the legends of Spartan warriors. American students still learn from the immortal wisdom of Socrates, the father of philosophy, who truly is, and Aristotle.
Trump ain't my dad. Trump is your dad. And your dad says, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's your dad. He's all our dad. He is Daddy Trump. I'm channel hopping, saying Muhammad was a pedophile. Oh, fun. Good luck with your channel hopping, saying Muhammad was a pedophile. He did win. He did. He did a lot of winning.
The inventor of science. That's very good. It's good genetics you people have. Right? And under the Trump administration, we're reaffirming a sacred Greek principle that goes all the way back to a rocky hillside in the heart of ancient Athens, that only citizens can vote in our elections. See, they do it right.
Who's Daddy Gay?
Oh, I love that.
Chris Greedy Roman.
Michael, we're going to have to use
She
that
must
phrase a little
be
bit.
talking about Donald Trump and his presidency. God is dad. No. God is not dad. Trump is dad. Trump is gay bear daddy. Absolutely. Gay bear daddy sounds good. Tucker 2028. Oh, you could have kept him. 1 minute. 1 minute timeout. 1 minute timeout.
Makes a little sense. Called common sense, isn't it, really? Like so many Americans before us, the Trump administration is also drawing inspiration from the renowned Greek builders and engineers whose works have stood the test of time, incredibly, too. Instead of ugly boxes of brutal concrete, we're bringing back marble columns and restoring classical architecture to our nation's capital to make America beautiful again. We're doing something outside that the Greeks would be very proud of. We're building one of the most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world. And we have beautiful columns, and we have beautiful sculpture, and we have beautiful... And they said it couldn't be done in this modern day, but we have very talented people. I call it latent talent. We have some really incredible talents, and they've been wanting a ballroom for 150 years. This is their ballroom. It's a very small room. This will serve for cocktails now, and we'll be able to do it right. But, you know, we used to, when a dignitary came, like His Eminence, they'd have a tent on the lawn, and when it rained, you were in deep trouble because the water would gather under the tent, and it was not pretty when you would see the president of a major country or prime minister or somebody of great religious faith where you had thousands of people, and the water was over their shoes. It didn't.
New update on Kanye's album. Kanye is going to release the album in a little over 2 hours. The reason that the pre-save on Spotify and Apple was pulled was because the track list that he sent out last night was not finished. Apparently, there's going to be 5 to 10 extra tracks that were not on the release track list last night. Remember, guys, we're at 107. We are in overtime right now. If we stay above 100, we will continue to go. We got 20 minutes until our next check-in with overtime. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. If we go another 2 full hours of overtime here, we will be in a Kanye bully listening party, most likely. So, keeping it up with Daddy Trump. Thank you all for tuning in.
So we're taking, and by the way, see that beautiful gold curtain?
We have heard lately that about Maxine Waters getting told to shut up, basically, by the Secretary of Treasury when he was having to testify. Yes, sir, Trump. Maxine Waters should stooth. And why is he slurring? What was his words? He is going to stop wars now, creating wars. He is stupid. I'm not familiar with the femboy dialect. DJT forgot that Rome. Trump is slurring because he is drunk on America.
Behind that is a knockout panel.
Welcome back,
when we do
DVS.
knock out that panel, it'll be opened in about a year and a half, maybe less. I build on time, on budget. I build actually faster than time and under budget, unlike the Federal Reserve. And right there is...
Didn't the Democrats say only Congress can declare war? Did Congress declare war? No. That's why it's an excursion. It's not a war. It's an excursion. He's had a stroke. One pile of poop bragging about another pile of poop.
Going to be the entrance. It'll be a beautiful, magnificent tunnel to the building, and it's going to be something that they've wanted. Other presidents have wanted this for literally 150 years. We never had it in the White House. As all of you are aware, I spent my life as a builder in New York, and from my earliest days in that city, I've known and loved this incredible Greek-American community and Greek architecture. I love Greek architecture. I actually like the community more than the architecture. I think that I can say, but I do love the architecture, but I love that
Bubba
community.
is gay.
From a
Damn! Ronnie stuck around after that full timeout. Man, good luck, bro. That's amazing. You know what? I'm going to keep your comment. If Bubba wants to put you back in timeout, he can. DJT forgot that Rome didn't allow a bunch of his generals to vote, so they seized the city and stacked it. Hey, Bubba, did you hear about Maxine Waters getting humiliated by the Secretary of Treasury when he was there to testify and he put her in her place? Still not war until... Oh! Yep, Ronnie, you get what you get. Still not a war until we have boots on the ground, lots of boots. Afro Man and Batman as vice president, next election as a Republican, facts. 25th Amendment to remove Trump and replace him with place him in a mental hospital? Well, that's not fun.
Oh, I like...
That's not fun. That's not a fun 25th. I thought you were going to say something fun.
In Queens, to the famous Greek diners that are staples of every neighborhood. Nobody has diners like the Greeks. Nobody does it like, I don't know what it is. But New York would not be the same without the grit and the spirit of Greeks. 25 years ago on September 11th, 2001, the Greek community lost a storied institution in the 9/11 attacks, the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church, which all of you remember, I do. That sanctuary had stood for a long time, 155 Cedar Street, over 100 years, and yet the South Tower fell. It was totally destroyed, but thanks to the men and women of New York's Greek community, the old church was rebuilt, even bigger and better and more magnificent than the one before it. And this time
Ronnie isn't my type. No
from
lip
the
charts.
same quarry used to construct the Parthenon. The church now stands as a house of prayer and national shrine for all of the visitors to that sacred soil and ground zero. Oh boy, what a day that was, right? What a terrible day that was. We're pleased to be joined by one of the Greek titans.
The timeouts are spawning.
To rebuild this thing.
It's deep into the live. That's what always happens.
And Margot, much more importantly, Margot. I want to thank you. He's really a friend of mine.
He makes me violently ill.
Successful. And he's a nice person. A lot of people don't
Be
think
nice
so,
if
but I
Trump
know so.
read a book better than
We're gonna train-
Dick
we're gonna train them,
and
John,
Jane.
and-
Bro, you
and
didn't
he's
even
a-
write. Like, when people say things about people's education as insults, but then they can't write a complete sentence, it's really fucking weird.
Above all, a great patriot. You really are, too. We appreciate
Free
it.
Palestine.
As America celebrates, good.
Nope, don't spam the chat, bro. Don't spam the
As
chat.
America celebrates our 250th
Got a 60-second timeout now.
This year, very
Don't spam the
excited.
chat,
We
bro.
also have the Olympics coming, and we also have the World Cup coming. We remember that without the victory at Marathon, we might never have the victory at Yorktown. Without Athens, we might never have had the Philadelphia. Today, we remember our ancient heritage. We honor the origins of our republic. We celebrate our cherished friendship with the Greeks, and we salute our Greek-American patriots who are helping to make America great again. Right? So it's an honor to be again with the Archbishop, and I'd like to ask him to say a few extremely short words. Because I am so late, you have no idea.
I want
But that's
Afro-America
okay.
to be president.
Archbishop, we don't need a long speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief, I promise. Greeks like to be brief in the words. So
World
today, Mr.
economic
President,
economy on edge.
once again, you bestow
Patrol
a
dollars are lost
superlative
by-
honor upon
lost
the
to pay
Greek-American
US debt.
community by your
Department.
recognition of
I'll
Greek
take
Independence
Afroman,
Day,
absolutely right.
March 25th. The annual celebration here
All
at
right,
the White
that's
House.
the end of Daddy Trump. Let's see. Let's check in on our news now, guys. I think it's time to check on the news of the day. What do we got? What do we got going on here? FBI.
Keaton looks great
Ex-FBI
at 67.
agent
Here is
tears
the number
apart
one
Savannah
secret.
Guthrie's
Regular milk
missing
or
mom
oat milk?
case.
Oh, regular milk.
Stuart, when you hear her say the door was open when they first found out the mom was missing, why are we hearing about this now?
You know, Jesse, I watched this interview several times, in fact, multiple times today with some of my colleagues, and we really tore it apart. And for the life of us, there are a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers.
You guys did hear that, right? That Savannah Guthrie did an interview with Good Morning America in which she said that they found her mom could not walk, so there's no way that she disappeared on her own, and that the door was fully open, there was blood, and that the Ring doorbell camera had been pulled out.
And
Trump
I
is
don't
way
have
better
an
at
answer
divided. Checking
for
if
why
I'm still
we are just
in
hearing about
timeout.
the
Nope,
back door.
you're
but
not, Don.
Let me just
Welcome
quickly
back.
go through several
Planet
points.
Trump.
Number one is
I don't think they will
Savannah
find her
Guthrie
alive.
tells
I don't
us
think so
that
either. Not at this
when
point.
her sister-
I think that's why Savannah Guthrie said that. Now you're going to get the Fox News perspective here, which is going to I'm sure contort the whole fucking thing and say that there's some Dems and it's all some weird conspiracy. But reality is I think that Savannah Guthrie knows that her mom's not coming back, and that's why she's willing to give access to these vital pieces of information that we didn't have before. The mom couldn't walk to the mailbox and back. She was in tremendous pain. When she said this, it made sense that this is why they were looking for her for so long.
Calls her. When first calls
I voted
her,
Obama first
Savannah
term
goes, you
and
better call
the
the
first
police.
gay black
Well,
president
the sister
divided
says,
us.
no, the police are here already. You know, Jesse, using common sense, if a loved one goes missing, the first
Double
thing you
tap!
can do
Hit
is
that
call
like
or
button,
text
guys. We're
the
almost
people
going
that are
into
closest to that
hour
person to find out
5.
if you've heard from that person. That in and of itself seems a little odd to me as to why
Vance
the sister
Miller,
or brother or
2028?
anybody did not reach
Who's
out
Miller?
to
Stephen
Savannah
Miller?
Guthrie prior to
Stephen
calling the
Miller?
police or while they were waiting for the police. There's about a 12-minute gap between the time 911 is called to the time the police arrive. That's number one. Number two
Whoa.
is this would be the last scenario of an 84-year-old lady who has physical limitations that anybody would contemplate kidnapping for a ransom. There
Right.
was nothing that
Right.
would have been consistent at the very onset to lead anybody to believe that Nancy Guthrie was the
getting
target
kidnapped,
of a kidnapping
yeah.
for ransom.
Thank God for President Trump and our ICE agents. Amen. Team TRUMP. Trump. Trump.
That
Trump.
statement
Trump.
in
Trump hurts
and of
feelings over
itself
facts.
causes me to now
Seriously?
have
No
a lot of
no
questions
clapback?
as to how
You know
someone
Obama
would have
isn't
even
gay?
gotten to that point from just being on the phone prior to showing up.
Obama isn't gay?
Number 3 is
Obama is
Savannah
gay.
Guthrie.
Is Obama gay or not gay? The fact that he's not in the Epstein files makes me think he legitimately might be gay.
Offered later on in her interview
JB
with some
Pritzker is
very
going to run for
specific
president.
facts that her mother.
No, he's not. He can't even keep the Chicago Bears in Chicago. Libtards get those feelings hurt. That's why Charlie got his life taken. Facts.
Left.
That's kind of the point. Like even doing this show and getting this community with you guys. Like some of our mods are liberal, some of our mods are Republican. But what's interesting is the conservative, Republican, independent ones seem to be the ones that are staying, while the liberal ones are like kind of almost acting like they're being iced out of the process of being a part of this community. And I just want everybody to think for themselves and stop spouting speaking points that they've gotten from the news. I just want the fucking chat to be alive with actual debate and actual substance. And it seems like most of the Republican people are willing to do that, but most of the Democrat ones, even the mods, are a little fucking whacked out. And it makes me think, like, what if something happened to me? You know, what if it was the same kind of thing as a Charlie Kirk situation with me or anybody else? Like, you guys are in this chat arguing back and forth, fighting liberal, Republican, but you're all here watching the show. We're all a community together. We're all on our devices. And I just fucking hope that, like, I thought we were when Charlie Kirk died. I thought we'd all just kind of relax, but it's kind of crazy to think that half the people in this chat truly would laugh at my death, while the other half would go, fuck, I really liked that guy. I liked going and having a conversation and doing the show and having this sense of community, and he was always on every night. It's the same fucking thing. If you cut to this show, and I did this for 15 years every single night, that's exactly what happened. You think there weren't people in the Charlie Kirk America First fucking or America One network comment section live every night as liberals freaking the fuck out, yelling at Charlie? I would have been under the interpretation that those human beings would have, been sad that Charlie Kirk died. But apparently those people that were in that chat, they actually wanted him dead the whole time. I'll take Ren over Kanye any day. Oh, man, bro. Fighting words, devious. Fight words. It's what's best for America and Americans. The world would never know, sir, unless you are some absolutely irrelevant grandma or some woman I never knew.
The house in her pajamas.
Good point.
Without her shoes.
We have two choices. Make that thought when voting. Mm-hmm.
How did Savannah Guthrie know that at the time her mother left the house, she was clothed in her pajamas without her shoes on? That leads me to believe that law enforcement perhaps has other video that, quite frankly, they have not disclosed. Unless Nancy Guthrie only had one pair of shoes in that house, how would anybody be able to know that she left the house without her shoes on? That's a very specific material fact, and it caused us to pause and wonder. There's a lot of things that we just don't know.
Interesting.
You bring up three really interesting observations.
You said be honest, sir.
I don't, I'm not an investigator.
I know, I did. I appreciate
you. know how these things go, and I can't explain the things that you're raising.
All
either.
y'all sound gay and your shit is
notes.
retarded. You're fucking retarded. America over your feelings.
The two notes, she says. She still believes
Pinnable comment.
those weren't
America
hoaxes.
over feelings, y'all.
Well, what does that tell you?
Sad she is no longer alive.
She
Facts
not
over
only
feelings.
said that two
Facts
of the
over
ransom
feelings
notes
as well.
with specificity she believes
But facts
are
over
real.
feelings usually leads to Democrats being like, me. Actually, facts are not facts.
She actually also suggested that it was
got
one
put in the times
kidnapper.
out.
She never refers to individuals, meaning plural. If you go back and listen to her interview, she talks about one person. And so that leads me to believe that in those ransom notes, and again, there may have been some clues within those notes, by way of example, We took your mom in her pajamas. You will notice that those pajamas are not there. We took her without her shoes. Her shoes or her slippers are still by her bedside. And so there is some specific facts that are known to law enforcement that, quite frankly, they're keeping very close to the vest. I will just say this to you, that this interview...
Yes, he is, unlike you, buried in your mom's basement. No, I'm actually in my own studio apartment. Go to the corner, troll!
The investigation, in fact, if anything, I
I'm
think
out.
it may
Hope
have
you don't
hurt.
get your
I
next
think it
hour.
also-
Oh man, come on, Dawn. Come on, Dawn. You're right. You're right, Bubba. You're right, Bubba. They're trying. They're trying their hardest to prevent the hour. Guys, double click, double tap, hit that like button, hit the subscribe. Get on here. We are just 7 minutes away from checking in on that hour marker. We did just lose literally 50 viewers in the last minute and a half. Dems are so vile. Exactly. But we're back to 127. So maybe we will get this out. Maybe we will get this out. We will see.
There are just things that just, quite frankly, don't add up. And statistically, these cases generally lead back to someone who's within that inner circle.
I feel so sorry
That's a
for
strong
the
statement,
Guthrie
Stuart.
family. Me too, bro.
We'll see how it
JD
plays
Vance
out.
for sure wins.
Why would, putting the credibility issue aside, why would this interview hurt the investigation?
I'm not saying that it hurts the investigation, but I do believe that less is more, because the more information you let out to the general public, and obviously there is an individual, at least one individual, because we saw them on that Ring doorbell, it gives that person an individual to
6
backtrack
minutes.
and
Double
perhaps
tap that
cover
like
his or
button,
her
y'all.
tracks. And so what my suggestion
Just barely
would be
short right
is
now. Got to get them in
less
there.
is more. Allow the investigation to run its course. I don't see any benefit to Savannah Guthrie going on national TV.
So
and
weird
kind
how
of,
it just
you know,
went away.
opening
So
herself
tired
up.
of the
Look,
trolls.
it is
Patriot,
very
let me know.
upsetting.
I will boot those trolls if needed. Alex needs to sleep.
Clearly, this is a devastating.
Given if she was taken during the time that the head cartel was killed, I think they crossed the border and took her to use, but she died and ruined their plan. Just subbed and liked. Great content. Appreciate you, Roy. Truth only. You do have a valid point there. It was during the cartels, Mexican cartel raids, that this was happening. And it was interesting that they did have a FBI investigation day 2. You could chalk that up to her being a national correspondent, but
situation.
she was getting
for
the
this
same
family.
treatment. She was getting the same treatment for her family as JD Vance would if his mom got kidnapped. And that to me is very interesting.
But I'm not so sure that the investigators are in any way supportive of Savannah Guthrie going on a talk show to kind of lay
5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes. Double tap. Get that like up there. Share with your friends.
Without her shoes.
87 right now.
If you go back,
oh, it sucked.
I believe that Savannah Guthrie said that she heard my mother said was begging.
You need
for
to get to
mercy.
100
Now, I
to
don't
be
know if that's
in
her
the 5th hour.
interpretation, or is there a recording that was her mom pleading for mercy
We're
when
doing-
she
thank
was
you,
leaving
sir.
the house with whoever?
All right. That's crazy.
Trisha Heaton looks great at 6.
Not that. LOL. Trump Ayatollah Jr.
That Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country. You know, I sort of have to.
You
smile
just
to
called
myself
him gay.
I say I see people trying to defend the Palestinian regime for women for Palestine, but
Bro just called him gay.
Where a certain group of
4 minutes, y'all. At 99 right now.
No chance of living. And, you know, when I look at gays for Palestine, but they kill gays. They kill them instantly. They throw them off buildings. And I'm saying, who are the gays for Palestine? And they have
Who are the gays
a
for
significant
Palestine?
amount of gays for Palestine. Now, I think I did very well with the gay vote, okay?
What the fuck?
The gay national anthem as my walk-off, okay? And I think it probably
No
helped,
cartel.
but I did great with no Republicans ever gotten the gay vote
96.
like I did, and I'm very proud of it. I think it's great.
You cracked me up today.
Perhaps it's because I'm from New York
Facts.
City. I don't know, but the Gay
Hello.
National Anthem was my walk-off, and I think it probably had.
Gay National Anthem.
Gays for Palestine.
3 minutes left, guys. We are 4 away. Get that chat up. Double tap if you haven't yet. We are now above 100 people. If we stay there for the next 3 minutes, we will go for a 5th hour.
Shouldn't be too hard.
Oh my God, guys. We are possibly in for a 5th hour. Possibly in for a 5th hour,
What's
y'all.
going on, guys? Today we're here.
Woo! Cutting it close here, though.
New red dot.
2.5 minutes left.
Mercury is a.
We're at 112 right now.
CNN, your friends at CNN, fake news CNN, one of the worst networks you'll ever
YMCA,
see.
113. Let's go. Go to Iran or any Muslim country. Be gone.
The poll came out
94 now, though. Double tap that like button. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left, y'all. We need to get above 100. Stay here for 100 people, and we will go for a 5th hour. Come on, guys. It's fun to stay, YMCA.
The poll was 100%. And you know their pollster, he's got a lot of energy, and he's pretty good. He probably won't have a job very long, but he said, whoa, whoa.
150 likes, hell yeah.
Of the people, the MAGA people, and which is mostly, I think MAGA is almost the whole Republican Party, you want to know the truth. Almost everybody endorsed wins. Almost every single person that I endorse wins. And Kaylee knows that better than anybody. She was witness to it for a long time. And she's doing a good job, by the way. But almost everybody. So they did a poll at CNN 2 days ago, and I think you probably saw it. Maybe you put it on, but it was 100% support. So it's wrong. We have people that are weak.
1 minute left, guys. Double tap that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Share this with a friend. We are only 4
that doesn't mean they
below going for a 5th hour. Come on, guys.
For years, just for years.
1 minute left. That's it.
Iraq, but if you do, keep the oil. Well, we are a very powerful military. We're the most powerful military nation in the world, and we did a big number on them. And
Liz, please leave so we don't go on.
See us. 100% think of it. 100%.
It's what happens. It's what happens. You are right, Bubba.
The worst polls. Almost as bad as
95 right now.
Honestly, whoever does your polls.
30 seconds left, guys.
Rupert Murdoch has promised.
Double tap that like button if you want it to continue.
I don't get it, but your Fox polls are terrible. But the pollsters.
Fox polls are terrible. 102 right now.
Meeting every candidate if I would love.
15.
But,
14.
Some things you can't do in life, I guess. Not allowed to do. But
10 seconds.
We're very popular. I mean, what can I say? MAGA loves the fact
5,
that
4,
they're not going to have
3,
with a nuclear
2,
bomb over
1. We did it. We did it. We are going on. We are staying in overtime. Double overtime, y'all. Double overtime. 50,000 views. We are now, I think this is the 5th highest live stream we've ever done. 5th highest live stream we've ever done. 50,000 views in the chat. The poll will continue. Over 1,000 votes in this poll. JD Vance, 44%. Gavin Newsom, 36%. Afro Man, 19%. We're going into hour 5. Remember the rules, people. If we drop below 50, the night is over. But if we come and we check in 59 minutes and we have over 100 people again, we will go on for a 6th hour. Remember, if we get to that 7th hour, that's when we will do a live Kanye Bully listening party if we get there. We are less than 2 hours away from Bully. We're continuing with the news. We have literally just, if we go below 50, though, the night is over. Remember that, guys. Now, double tap, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. $3, join, become a member, be a part of it. Here we are, back at it for the 2nd round of overtime, y'all.
Could pay you back.
Overtime number 2.
Right? Old roofs drain your wallet. Constant.
You have very
2 weeks. 2 weeks. Is Trump the head of the total recall? Dems, please stop.
Everyone wants to be president of the United States. Everyone wants to be president or whatever, prime minister of a certain country. There are not a lot of takers to be the head of Iran right now. I will tell you, they're all fighting not to. We don't want that position. But they asked me if they would, Kaylee, importantly, they said to me, very nicely, through my people, could we have more time? Because we're talking about tomorrow night, which is pretty quick. And if they don't do what they have to do. I will knock out their power plants. And he said, does that include nuclear? Because they have nuclear, plenty of money. They have a lot of money, and they built nuclear and they built regular power plants, but they're massive and very expensive, billions of dollars. And so I gave them a 10-day period. They asked for 7. You're going to say, oh, Trump's a terrible nigga.
Gamma has officially announced that Kanye will release the album with an official track list. The official track list reads, this was 2 minutes ago, guys. They're saying that within the next 2 hours, the album will be uploaded online. The official track list is Sisters and Brothers on track 1. Track 2, Whatever Works. Track 3, Father. Track 4, All the Love. Track 5, I Can't Wait. Track 6, Bully. Track 7, Mama's Favorite. Track 8, Punch Down. Track 9, This Is a Must. Track 10, Outside. Track 11, Preacher Man, which was already released. Track 12, White Lies. Track 13, Circles. Track 14, This One Here. Track 15, King. Track 16, Beauty and the Beast, which was already released. Track 17, Damn, already released. Track 18, Last Breath, already released. Track 19, Highs and Lows. And track 20, Mission Control. Highs and Lows and Mission Control were the 2 that were just added, which is why if you were looking at the pre-save on Spotify or Apple Music, the album was deleted about 3 hours ago, but they are currently re-uploading the album. We will listen to Mr. Kanye's new album live if we get to it. That would take us into a 4th overtime. Right now, we are in our 2nd overtime. Staying above 50 members to keep it alive. Back to Daddy Trump.
They asked for 7, and I said, I'm going to give you 10, because they gave me ships. We talked about the 8 ships, the president that I talked about the other day. But they asked for 7, and I gave them 10. You got 10 days, and they were very thankful.
Who's your daddy?
Now, they may say, oh, we're not speaking.
Come on, chat. Who's your daddy?
That wasn't true the last time, as you found out. But we are speaking, and it's going fairly well, and so I gave them 10 days.
Well, that was nice. You're very generous.
That was nice of you. Very nice of you. Yeah, so it was supposed to be 5. Apparently, you gave him 10 days now. We will see if they
If you're
respond.
interested in diminishing your
Hey,
home's
y'all,
value,
what have I
choose
missed?
asphalt roofing.
Oh, my God!
The savvy choice is stone.
Big Bag of Pop 420. First off, I got to say, man, Bubba J007 over here, me and him have been talking, and we've been like, what is going on? Where is Big Bag of Pop 420? We, after not seeing you yesterday at all, not seeing you tonight, I was starting to worry. Welcome back to the chat, Big Bag of Pop 420. This is the man that started it all with the gift subscriptions, which you can $3 a month become a subscriber as well. Be a member, 32 members strong, 17 feature films right there on the channel page. We are currently in our double overtime. We are in our 5th hour right now. Big Bag of Pop 420. We are watching the news. We watched Daddy Trump, and he did a war cabinet meeting earlier today. That covered our first 3 hours. And if we go into a quadruple overtime, a 4th overtime tonight, at midnight Eastern time, we will be listening to the Kanye album, Bully, live. So, guys, we are still here. We are still grooving. Back with CNN. Good morning, Big Bag of Pop 420. My bad dude, I've been zoded AF out of my mind. I feel you. But I appreciate you back here, my guy. Let's go, my chat. Hell yeah. Back at it with the Chinese spy.
There's a real risk, and you just pointed it out, that you could have a Republican governor of California. And just imagine what that would mean. That would mean Donald Trump would have a Western White House, that more Californians would run scared for their lives from ICE, their healthcare costs would go up, and more federal funding that goes to cures for cancer would be pulled. And that's what
Who's
a
your
Republican
daddy?
governor would mean in California, but we're the momentum campaign.
Oh, we already got that.
He's leading a new bill that would reverse key portions of the Hart-Sellers Act. That's the 1965 Immigration Act. It would shift it away from these family sponsorships, family reunification, and back toward answering the essential question. When you come to America, not only do you want to be an American, but
Trump
do
or
you
Sleepy
love
Joe?
America? Now joining me is Congressman from Tennessee, Republican Andy Ogles.
That is wild that now Fox News literally has a fucking mic, like a podcast mic, bro. Why is Fox News putting podcast mics out here? Like, they have highly densified lavalier microphones, and they're now sticking fucking podcast mics on the table like they're fucking Joe Rogan. What is going on? They're fucking news network.
Now joining me is
67 of you live in the chat. Remember, if we drop below 50, the night is over because we're in double overtime. So double tap that like button. Double tap that screen. Get that like button out there. Send more people into the chat for our poll of the day. Who will be president again in 2028? JD Vance has had 3 wins on us. Gavin Newsom's had 1. Looks like JD Vance is going to win again. 1,015 votes in on that poll so far. Back to it.
From Tennessee, Republican Andy Ogles. Congressman, it's great to have you on the program. I've seen a lot of what you've been talking about.
If y'all think Everman ain't going to be the next president, y'all seriously underestimating that pimp? Facts.
Tell me why this has been so important. This is
Fox
a cause
Blues.
that you almost single-handedly have been fighting. Why?
Well, I mean, just look at our communities, and
Pump
one
it
of the
up.
things in particular, I mean, obviously we see it here at home, but we can look to Europe to see what's coming down the pipe, what's on the horizon. So you can look at London, you can look at Paris, you can look at Rome, where in Rome, roughly 70 to 80% of sex crimes are illegals. Again, when you look at Paris and you look at London, the same types of 50 to 60% of sex crimes are illegals or these migrants. And so now we've got to get serious. Because like you said, we've had these terrorist attacks. You had the shooting in Virginia, the shooting in Texas. You had the attempted bombing in New York. You had the car ramming in Michigan. And all of these individuals hate America. They don't like who we are, what we believe in. They don't love this country. And quite frankly, this idea that you can come here, this chain migration, because look, annually under chain migration, this family migration, it's roughly 700,000 people. My bill will take that down to 50,000 people. So you actually have to have a reason to be here, and you actually have to be the immediate family, not some distant cousin, uncle.
XRP going to be the crypto to make you rich.
Right now at Chicago Steak Company.
What did I just do? Did I just hit the fucking steak button or something? Fuck. Gotta get the fucking thing on here. Yeah, we're not gonna.
It's horrific to watch what has happened and what was allowed to happen under the Biden years. Tell us
But then
about...
again, it probably also saves time versus having to mic up every time. Exactly. I mean, but it's very much like, look, guys, we're like a podcast too. 5 years we'd be
this
back
mission of finding the missing children.
Well, like I said, the first conversation when the president called me to come back out of retirement the second time, he gave me those 3 things. And I was honest with you, we've got the most secure border in history. I told the president, we'll do that because the men who run the Border Patrol know how to do it. They did it in Trump 45. So I'll take that. It's easy. But I'm not taking credit for secure border. I'm giving the credit to the men and women wearing that green uniform and that blue uniform who did their job because they're allowed to do their job. So thank God for the United States Border Patrol.
Guys, this is officially our 4th largest stream ever. Our 4th largest stream ever. Appreciate you all. Double tap that like button. We're now at 60. We might be going home. Might go to bed. If y'all don't hit that like button soon. 5 years we'd be begging. But then again, it will probably all... Okay, yeah, I read that already.
Massive
I love
deportation.
those
I
lip
just said we got
tards.
record number of arrest deportation. We're going to do a lot more because we just hired a lot more people. The children, I was honest with the president. I said, that's the hardest one. I says, because to find people... Like you all in the audience, you own a car, you own a home, you're paying bills, you got a credit card. We know how to find you, right?
Right.
A child don't have.
Please don't try to find me, Tom. Just.
But children don't have that digital
Right.
footprint. I explained to the president, they don't have the digital footprint, so
Right.
we got to count on the digital footprint of who they were released to, these unvetted sponsors.
Let's
And
make it to the 3rd largest stream.
when we started this
we only got 6,000 to go to get to that.
operation, we
Let's go
quickly
chat.
found out,
Dip that
number one,
like.
they weren't vetted properly. Number 2, the address.
Yo, Big Mega Pop 420, you came in the chat and the whole chat disappeared. I don't know what happened, but we were having a good conversation and they all just dipped the fuck out.
We're never verified.
That's
so
right.
we're going to address at our supermarkets
Let's
and
go
parking
chat.
lots
Drip
and
that
city
like.
parks. So the men and women of ICE and FBI have been busting their butt trying to find these kids, and they've found right around 145,000 missing children.
Wow.
And I believe.
And let me say something. That's 145,000 missing children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for.
Yeah.
And Did we rescue them out? Look, some of these children were with their parents just hiding out, but many, too many, were victims of sex trafficking, being sold for sex, and being in forced labor. President Trump's leadership literally saved thousands of young children's lives, and we're not done. I have promised the president, the president promises the American people, we'll do everything we can to run down every lead. And when we finish the leads, we'll do it again. Until the last day of this administration, you got my word. We will not give up in this effort to find every one of them.
Drinking warm water with cinnamon before bed eliminates this parasite from the pancreas and resets blood sugar levels.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett with Sleep and Foreign Affairs. I put an amendment on the bill to
I got that small
eliminate
bag
the
of
African
G-Fing.
Development Foundation.
Let's go.
It's supposed to be an independent federal agency, but what happened was the director was let's see, what did they do? They found him, he pled guilty of financial fraud. He was indicted by the Department of Justice in January of 2026.
96 in the chat, let's go.
And so
114
the bill
in the
just
chat now.
abolishes the organization.
Double tap that like button, you guys coming in
Tax
here. Let's
dollars
get it.
Going to Africa, bring it home. I don't care. I'm getting tired of this. And then, of course, every Democrat opposed it. They put a bunch of amendments on it that got it. And righteous indignation. It goes back to my original premise that these funds are probably sent back in the form of dark money to campaigns and other things, allegedly. So.
Damn, that goes wild. Yeah. I love this dude, though.
Comes up in committee.
Guy's pretty fucking honest.
The full bill with the amendment and see how it's voted on. I've already had some Republicans say that they had some problems with it, but they're got this. We got to quit spending this money overseas. It ought to just make you furious.
Got to stop the Dems from hitting that
having
like
these kind of
button.
Discussions, but that's what we're doing. Anyway, and the chairman and the ranking member got into it for about, I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes. I'm sure you can watch it on YouTube tonight. It'll be quite comical, I'm sure. But
you got raw, real merch of peeps.
Thank you for sending me here. We'll keep fighting.
Bro's like, they're literally stealing the money. Doge Chair Rep Tim Burchett filed the abolish the African development funding, and they're all having problems with it. And he's saying that his theory is that it's actually just dark money.
The Fed just installed a kill switch in your bank account. If you have over $100,000 sitting in a traditional IRA.
And all of this, Mr. President, all of this because Democrats have been unwilling to consider.
I see the two entire jingles just waiting for deforestation.
Will serve them.
Got a raw, real bunch of peeps.
Mr. President, Republicans are at the table. We've been at the table. Now it's long past time.
I know how this works, yo, so let's go.
How much worse do things have to get? How many more Americans have to suffer before Democrats do their jobs and work with Republicans to fund the government?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? That's what I would ask you next.
They're telling us to buy Bitcoin, but my dad's been making $150 to $300 a day without buying or selling a single coin.
Israeli government is just a genocidal government that continues to commit war crimes. We're not just talking about indiscriminate bombings in South Lebanon and Beirut, but also forced displacement of over 1 million people in Lebanon already, using white phosphorus, chemical weapons, and literally high concentration of population. Again, that's a war crime. Much of what is happening by the Israeli government right now is violating international law. And so not only shame on the Trump administration and our country to continue to sell these weapons to the Israeli government who are committing these crimes, but also shame on the surrounding Arab countries that continue to remain silent.
Okay. Good luck with that. Some women have penises? What?
The U.S. Treasury's new digital payout mandate is a
What?
direct threat to the autonomy of Social Security recipients and
I thank the Honorable Committee for having me here today. My name is Hazel Kane. I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 552. I think we just have to get something straight. We have to tell it like it is. Trans women are women. Some women are born with brown skin, some are born with light skin, some are born with green eyes, and some are born with blue eyes. Some have uteri, some have vulvas, some have XY chromosomes and penises. And I'm going to be quite frank with you, and I apologize for who I will offend.
Really,
If you
better
are
drink a
woman with
Monster.
vulva and you're uncomfortable seeing a woman with a penis,
TDS.
too bad. You have to get over it. There are women, white women, who are uncomfortable being around brown
TDS
women.
is facts.
We did that
all right,
a century
long.
ago with segregation, with Jim Crow. People decided that because
Trump
you had
Steve
dark
Viles.
skin, you were more dangerous.
Whoa,
you were more likely
they're
to commit
back.
Violent crimes. And because of that, you had to be cast away. You couldn't be in the same restaurant as a white person. You couldn't be in the same bathroom or the locker room.
radiant skin.
You couldn't even drink from the same fountain. And we're in the same era right now. You would think we would learn something, but apparently we didn't. We are saying somehow that because statistically people with penises and XY chromosomes tend to be more aggressive because those are men.
That's a man speaking.
That somehow
Exactly.
a transgender woman falls within those statistical norms.
That is
By definition,
a man
a
speaking.
transgender woman is not within those statistical norms. They are going out of their way to take medications to reduce libido and aggression. They are altering
Welcome,
their
lip
bodies
tarts. I
to be
identify
incapable
as knitter. As a
of
knitter.
penetrating a person. They are clearly not of the category that should be prohibited from these bathrooms. Some people are going to be uncomfortable.
She's fighting for the
we
bathroom?
cannot let their implicit biases,
Are
their
he-
irrational fears,
Or she?
their own
I don't.
trauma
Well,
history
I don't want
take
to.
away
I don't want
rights
to
that
kicked off of
other people are
YouTube, so I'll say
entitled to under
she.
the law.
Identify as a knitter.
We live in a free society, and that produces discomfort too sometimes, and we have to accept that. I will gladly take questions.
With the deek. Yep.
Is there like a battle going on that I don't know about?
Every day is a battle.
Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan is with us now. All right, so the DOJ now has officially requested the Intelligence Committee records related to the former CIA director. What are they looking for here, and what are they likely finding?
Well, just what John said, Sean, is part of this conspiracy to go after President Trump when it all began back in 2016 when they used the dossier to change the intelligence community assessment. But understand what has happened. October 21st last year, the House Judiciary Committee sent a criminal referral letter to the Department of Justice. Then you had the Department of, the CIA, Mr. Ratcliffe, send information to the Justice
sit when I
Department.
can.
And ODNI Director Gabbard also sent information to the Justice Department. And now we have the Justice Department specifically asking the House Intelligence Committee for the transcripts when Mr. Brennan testified. That means, as John said, this is heating up down in Florida, where Jason Quinones is the U.S. attorney there, and maybe there's ultimately going to be some accountability for Mr. Brennan. And again, I underscore, this is when it all began. They changed the intelligence community assessment from December of 2016, when it said there was no conspiracy, no collusion between Trump and Russia to influence the election.
What you say when you want to
1 month later,
want
they
that
changed it.
algorithm
They
to
did
drop
it at the
fast.
urging of John
Is it
Brennan,
when
and he
I-
lied to us about it when we were
Right now, it's a
deposing him
little
last
thick.
Congress.
A little
That's
thick
why
on
we
it.
sent the initial criminal referral letter that we sent in October. So I think it's getting serious here.
Oh, this is the interview.
Watch
that
how
we
this
were- I
homeless
was talking about
man
earlier.
begging on the roads becomes a millionaire with this simple copy-paste.
Still don't know. Honestly, we don't know anything.
No.
We don't know anything. So I don't know that it's because
138. Let's go, everyone.
she's my mom.
Double tap that like button.
And
Hit
somebody
it.
thought-
Hit it, y'all.
Oh, that girl, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably
And
which is
subscribe.
too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside,
That is tough, dude.
that it's because of me.
There's chicks with dicks. They're just dudes with tits. Facts.
And I just say I'm so sorry, Mommy.
This shit
I'm
is
so
fucking.
sorry. I'm sorry to my
Fuck.
sister and my brother.
This one does get me, guys.
And my kids and my nephew and Tommy. And my brother.
I want you to thrive, Alex.
I'm like,
Appreciate
so
you,
sorry.
Bubba.
I'm so sorry.
Both you
If
and
it is
Big Bag.
me,
I'm gonna do it with y'all. I appreciate y'all. You're the reason I keep coming back every day. I appreciate y'all. You really did motivate it. You motivated it. That first week, I mean, I was just fucking around, just doing some live streams, for fucking, you know, for fuck's sake, because it was
making the
war.
long journey home to Tucson.
Then I met y'all, and it's been a fucking wild ride, and I love it. Just having y'all in the community, in the chat, good friends, good vibes.
Cam, when you got
good times
to their house, tell me about that moment.
Just disbelief and hugging each other, and I think we were on the phone with the sheriff.
Let's go.
And trying to, you know, really make clear, from the very early moments, you know, Annie and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off. She can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. You know, she was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, this is...
Yeah. Do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't...
109, let's go.
Something is very wrong here.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
Whenever you bring up the idea of making the government smaller and reducing taxes, you are assaulted from all directions with arguments.
The screenshot that I think got most traction here, which I remember was yesterday. It was the day before Charlie was killed, September 9th, 2025. Charlie just lost a large donation. I think it was $2 million a year from Dr. Bob Shillman, who is a major Jewish donor to conservative causes, was a huge donor to Charlie's organization. And Charlie said something along the lines of, these Jewish donors are leaving me with no option other than to abandon the pro-Israel cause. And he obviously didn't mean that.
Stop.
I knew Charlie. He tended to get heat, and he blew off steam. That's what people do in private settings. They don't expect these things to be leaked. And how do I know how do I know, Aaron, that he was just blowing off steam? Because he texted that around 3:45 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast of the United States. Literally 2 hours later, at 6 p.m. that very evening, he organized a Zoom call that I was on, Rabbi Pesach Wilicki was on, two of his producers and one other Christian pastor were on. It was a small Zoom call. The entire purpose of this Zoom call, was to make sure that Charlie had all the best messaging, all the best narrative, all the best selling points, best information, the best substance, etc. When it came to starting his campus tour the very next day on the issues of Israel and the Jewish people, because up until the moment he died, he was adamant about this. He was adamant about this there. It's indeed the very, very last thing that he ever said in that WhatsApp chat was he said, "Thank you guys for the Zoom." And I think the last thing that I said to him was, "You're so welcome, of course. We're speaking tomorrow." And he just said Utah Valley, exclamation mark. So the last exchange we ever had was him thanking us for trying to prep him on the Zoom call. That was after these screenshots, these. So the timeline just does not support what Joe Kent apparently and Candace Owens think that support. But these people are not good faith interlocutors, as you know.
Interesting.
Drinking warm water with cinnamon before bed eliminates this parasite from the pancreas and resets blood sugar levels.
155-degree
I
dab.
wish I could explain to your audience really how crazy this is. I mean,
the fucking TSC is insane. This is insane.
The reality is they care more about illegal immigrants than they do about the traveling public, these TSA workers.
Double tap, hit that like button, y'all.
7 days a week in the midnight shift. Most people cannot afford to miss a paycheck, let alone 3 or 4. A lot of these TSA agents, through various Democrat shutdowns, have missed 50% of their paychecks. Now, they get it on back pay, but for most people, they're living paycheck to paycheck.
God bless everybody in the chat.
They just don't care. This whole
Still
thing,
getting the feed.
is they want to defund ICE. They want de facto amnesty. They know they can't pass legislation that would give amnesty to the 15 million people that came here illegally. So their next best option is to make sure ICE can't deport anyone. and they are willing to sacrifice the paychecks and the livelihoods of 260,000 Americans
Like what you see,
in the process.
show the love
they
by
don't
hitting
care
the
about
like
that.
button,
They don't care about
subscribe,
Sheridan
share,
Gordon, who was murdered
exactly.
in Chicago. They don't care about Laken Riley. They don't care about any of these people killed by illegal immigrants. The highest order for them, the operating principle for the whole party right now, is to value illegal immigrants, and it's killing this country, and it's absolutely, and it's destroying families' lives in the process.
I think this is the third most liked stream, guys. We are 45 likes away from being the third stream ever to hit 200 likes. So if we can get it, guys, get it now. Wow.
Your doctor lied to you about joint pain.
What a night.
NFL athletes are the proof. And today, I'm going to show you the 30-second...
You know what I just realized, guys? I think that the reason we're getting a lot more live streamers now later at night, and a lot of them aren't chatting and they're kind of just dropping off and in, is we might be picking up the Kanye crowd. We might be picking up people looking for live streams of the Kanye listening. We're about an hour and 20 minutes away from that listening party if we stay live. If we stay above 100 members.
Looks like this is their last gasp. But some people would rather America lose the war because they hate Trump. Even the New York Times says, quote, "The war is going better than you think." Desert Storm was considered a major military success, and we lost 75 aircraft. 3 weeks into Epic Fury, we haven't lost a single manned plane over Iran, not one. When we invaded Panama, 23 Americans were killed. Here, so far, we've had 13 casualties. More Americans died in training exercises last year than have died in this mission. In 2003, we launched a decapitation strike against Saddam and his lieutenants. We missed. Here, we smoked the Ayatollah and his whole team in the first 4.
RSVP at yaybully.com we're getting now. rsvp.yaybully.com. Listening parties are happening. New York has a listening party. So guys, if you are in these cities tonight, make sure you check this out. If you want to get out there tonight, Los Angeles at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So these are all at 10 p.m. Chicago 9 p.m. So about an hour. 9 p.m. How is that fucking happening? Central Time 9 p.m. on the 20th. Istanbul, Turkey. Can we get into the live party then? Is that it's got to be happening then, right? Kanye Chicago listening party.
Should be Air Force skin leaks.
Bro. Thank you for the $6.99, Infamata.
Okay, we're still hour and 19 minutes. Hour and 19 minutes, guys, still until the bully release.
40 seconds. That war in Iraq, Saddam never had WMDs. Here in Iran, the Iranians
it's definitely
have almost.
It's definitely because we're not getting a lot of chatters. We're not getting a lot of political people right now. We're definitely getting the pickup from the Kanye people trying to pick up a stream because we do have that in our search. So that's why we're getting a lot more people pulling up towards the end. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, y'all. If you are here for a Kanye listening party, that will be happening in an hour and 20 minutes if we stay above 100 live viewers. Let's keep it going. Chicago is an hour behind in New York. Great Lakes, you whack. Exactly. It's like I just didn't realize that they were doing it right now because I'm Central Time. So that means that the listening party has been going on for 41 minutes because even in New York it's 10:41 right now. So the listening party has been going on for 41 minutes now, and we've got an hour and 20 minutes still until the actual release of the album.
It's 1,000 pounds of uranium.
Not you.
And they told us it's enough to build 11 nukes. So far, this is the cleanest, most surgical, and one-sided operation in American military history. Now, anything could happen. War is hell. It's unpredictable. But people in the know in Washington think we're about to close it out with a pretty big blow.
We have the greatest, most powerful military fighting force ever conceived in the history of planet Earth. it's an amazing power that we have, and we wield it for good. I think we're wrapping up Operation Epic Fury. That's what I think. And I think it will be done in short order, and that'll be right on schedule.
If it were really just wear and tear in your joints, then why are there days you wake up worse even though you didn't do anything? The answer.
Do you feel betrayed by Andrew?
I'm not happy about the situation. I have told Andrew this myself, so I am not telling you and your audience anything that I have not told.
Michael
told
Olson,
Andrew,
back in the chat.
Directly.
Welcome back, Michael.
I think, I mean, Andrew has apologized to me in private. Here's the problem, Aaron. The problem is that whatever the intentions may or may not have been, and if all these stages of the operation are as we believe them to be, Rabbi Willicke and others and myself, it does look like Joe Kent for sure is the guiltiest party here, although Andrew should have known better. He should have not have shared this with an individual like this. But Joe Kent is, if he was the leaker to Candace, is the guiltiest party, and frankly, he should be prosecuted because you can't do this. If you're the director of National Counterterrorism, you can't be leaking at the time active murder suspect leads to anyone.
Like the 80-second
that just because you have a legal background, you've studied law, does this constitute classified because it is part of a murder investigation? That was something that was a point of conjecture. People were trying to determine whether or not the message screenshot would be considered classified information. What's your take?
Well, it definitely is not the kind of thing that someone should be leaking to the media. I'll put it to you that way there. Whether it's classified under some specific nomenclature or not, there I think depends on on the exact system. But anyone who's involved in any capacity with counterterrorism, with intelligence, with law enforcement, knows that you should not be leaking. Or Andrew said that Kent encouraged him to leak it himself. I mean, this is insane behavior. Insane, like pathologically insane.
Double tap that like button, hit that like button, guys. We are just in a little over an hour before our listening party live of the new Kanye album. Covering the news from today, Daddy Trump and others. Our final poll of the evening, 3 hours ago, 1,055 votes in. JD Vance, 45%. Gavin Newsom, 36%. Afro Man, 19%. How is Afro Man losing to Kamala Harris's third-party candidacy? I do not know. But 56,000, guys, that means this is officially our third largest live stream ever. The only other two live streams were above 100,000. Our very first day when we did with Big Bag of Pop 420, a full 10 hours covering the Iran war as it started. And then Financial Vacation, where we, like, I don't even know what that was. It was like last week at some point we were talking about, like, the fucking, it was a Daddy Trump day, like always. But for some reason that day blew up as well. So we got 2 days that had over 100,000. But today is the third largest stream we've ever done, guys, at 36,700 right now and counting. 127 of you currently in the chat. 25 minutes left before we check in on that chat again. We might go to triple overtime if we can stay above 100 members. 25 minutes. Here we go. Back to the news.
Insane
We will cover Kanye's album live. We will cover Kanye's album live the second that it drops. I have 3 different notifications from Twitter and from Telegram on. I am on this shit, y'all. We will listen to the Kanye album the second that it drops. Thank you for joining us. If you're joining us for Kanye, remember, hit that like button, subscribe. Normally we cover the news and just the news, but today, Kanye is the fucking news.
From someone who held the title of director of the National Counterterrorism. I mean, shouldn't this guy be more concerned with trying to find leads to Antifa and Black Lives Matter and Muslim Brotherhood, subversive fifth column radical Muslims here in the U.S. there? And instead, he's overly obsessed with completely out of context screenshots from a Charlie Kirk WhatsApp chat instead of the obvious transgender loving furry that actually killed my friend. It's disgusting. It's absolutely appalling and disgusting. So I absolutely place most of the blame with Joe Kent. The FBI is currently investigating him. I absolutely hope that he's prosecuted. I'm not happy with Andrew. And again, I've told that to Andrew. He definitely should have known better. I think that he owes us a more fulsome explanation. Again, I can't quite recall on this first phone call.
Do any of y'all even know what the fuck is going on with this video? Because I have no idea. Apparently, like, if you're following Candace Owens, you know all about this shit.
I had
something
there
with Charlie Kirk.
whether or not he was talking about
we a grower, not a shower.
Just one person they share with, or multiple people they share with. There, clearly sharing any of this information was a terrible decision, because the big question that I think I have, and maybe others have, is why exactly were these texts? Why did this come to mind during an active murder investigation? That's the question that I don't really think I have an answer to.
What's the new album that I have? LOL. It's the Bully album. He released it last May as an AI music video that was 35 minutes long. He got a lot of flack for that. He came out and made a statement saying that he no longer supports the AI music industry, that kind of thing. Let me reread my statement. I will read my statement one more time before we do go live with the album, if we do. But just in case we do get booted off on this 5th hour and we don't get to that 3rd hour of overtime, let me recap for you guys exactly why this is so important to me and should be important to you guys as well. This was the little article that I wrote on Twitter earlier this morning. Tonight at midnight, Kanye West, drops Bully. The most telling detail about this release, an announcement scrawled on a cocktail napkin promising zero AI. With the recent collapse of Sora's Disney deal and the app shutting down, we are witnessing the end of the AI is magic illusion. AI is just another tool for the internet, no different than Final Cut Pro or Canva. True artists will inevitably push back against it in favor of something real. Kanye dropping a purely human album right now is the ultimate rejection of the artificial. But for me, this release is more than just about the music. The last solo album Kanye did was Donda, and it hit during the pandemic. And for a lot of us, it mirrored real life. Relationships falling apart, identity collapsing, trying to hold on to something already gone. I lived that. So did a lot of men. You see it in people like Shia LaBeouf too. Post-pandemic, a lot of us broken, and we had to find our own way. But something's shifting. With Kanye selling out SoFi Stadium and dropping this album, it feels like more than music. It feels like a reset. A signal that whether you're an artist or just a guy trying to rebuild, the comeback is officially real. Call it what you want, but this might be the year of the comeback. The year that the, quote, broken man finally finds his footing once again. And we will be there in an hour when it happens, y'all.
Free 8-ounce gourmet steak burgers and our premium steak.
Gotta take that leak? Absolutely.
Use code 8burgers.
It's a good time to take that leak when I'm reading the fucking thing you already heard.
Why do they want this shut down?
Please drop a like and not a subscribe.
I truly don't know who's on first. I mean, with a lot of this, it's just a fundamental, simple thing. Just to acknowledge that this is gone. It should have never happened, but it's gone way too long. We've all witnessed the kinds of chaos in our nation. Do the right thing. Put the country ahead of the party. Now there's a huge rally, another No Kings kinds of protest. So now it's also probably motivating some people in my party that they might be afraid to reopen now because they are demanding these kinds of extremes. What they think is a solution, that there was ever going to be a solution.
Oh, you're trying to ask about the new membership album. The new membership album, emblem, the emojis. The emoji you have right now is Kash Patel. My idea behind it was you're going to go from a Kash Patel to a JD Vance to a Donald Trump and eventually to an American flag. I'm still trying to work out the kinks because, as you can see, you can't tell that it's Kash Patel's face. So I am going to be blowing them up and trying to work with AI and stuff to make sure that the emojis work. But that's the intention. That's what we're going to go for, is that like month to month as you stay a member, you will like evolve from being like a little minion FBI director to the president to eventually just an American patriot or whatever. I was also thinking about potentially if the Kash Patels don't work out, we might just go to like just country flags across the board and like after 6 months you become American, but like the first month you're North Korean, and then the second month you're fucking Israeli. So we might do that if the Cash Patels don't work. But you are Cash right now, and you too can become a Cash. $3 a month, y'all. Help support the channel.
They never had any leverage.
Well, to me it looks like a sack of pancakes. Yeah, that's great.
Over controlled funding because of the big beautiful bill.
All right. All this
Drinking
weird shit about fucking
parasite from the pancreas
Charlie Kirk or some shit.
The screenshots apparently got to this individual, and they got to Candace Owens there. Now, around the same time, Aaron, I can't name sources, obviously, but
I just worry that some people with ideologies, if I do the country flags, that they might like hate that they're a member. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you get the membership, we are a great group. Exactly. If you get the membership in the first month, you're like an Israeli flag, or like a Afghanistan flag or something. You might be like, well, I don't want to represent this country, and so I'm a little like leaning more towards the people than the flags. But if the people don't work, we're gonna have to go with the flags.
But I was told by multiple people around the same time, last fall, I don't remember the exact date, that
Big Bag of Pop 420 throwing out the gift membership, and look who snags it up. Bubba J007 getting his Cash Patelli pin right back where it belongs. Bubba J007 threw out a huge super chat via PayPal to me earlier today, and I appreciate that as well. You all, both, Bubba and Big Bag of Pop 420, killing it together. Just killing it.
Tulsi Gabbard, who is the...
I also love that Michael comes in at the beginning every night, just says hi to me right at the top. And I also love that Michael is like the one that points out, he's like, release the Bubba! And then we started banning people. Big Bag of Pop 420, you haven't seen this yet, but the chat gets wild. Like, the chat lately, like last 2 days, the chat has gotten so wild whenever we like put Donald Trump on, and it gets like super liberal and shit. And eventually we just release the Bubba J, and he goes on a bender, putting people in timeout, etc.
Director of National Intelligence, and she was Joe Kent's boss as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He worked under Tulsi Gabbard. I was told by numerous people who are very much part of the conservative ecosystem in D.C. These are well-sourced people, strong connections to the White House.
Yo, we're at 58. There's 58. We might lose the live stream right now. Double tap, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share the fucking stream, do whatever you need to do. Make it happen right now.
To be strongly on the lookout for Tulsi Gabbard and her office. They basically said that Tulsi Gabbard is running something of a shadow operation from her office. That she is personally, I was told this, I've met Tulsi, I don't know her well. I was told she's personally actually very anti-Semitic, and that she is heavily involved in a lot of the anti-Semitic influencer operations. And that she is potentially involved when it comes to trying to feed some of these narratives there. Now, I didn't put two and two together at the time and think that this trail led immediately to Joe Kent. I've known of Joe Kent for years. We follow each other on Twitter for forever. I knew that he had some isolationist-y leaning views on foreign policy, but nothing particularly
54!
Up until yesterday or a year
Only
ago.
Only 4 away from losing it.
Somewhat
double tap the
like
button, y'all. Get us back in here.
Big Bag
of Pot just started. Come
so
in.
I didn't put two and two together at the time that it immediately went to Joe Kent, but especially after his disgusting anti-Semitic, dripping with anti-Semitism, conspiracy-laden resignation letter, Aaron, I am not surprised that here is where we are at when it comes to trying to figure out who it was, and indeed it does seem, as Andrew on his show said, that it was Joe Kent.
Exactly. All right. Mr. Jimmy Kimmel.
Whenever you bring up the idea of making the government smaller and reducing taxes, you are assaulted from all directions with...
Including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Markwayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullin. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Markwayne Mullin was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber...
Okay, why are they like? That's the joke, really? The joke is that he does a blue collar job, and that he was an undefeated MMA fighter before he became a president. But before he became a fucking DHS secretary? Really, guys? That's the joke? Ha ha ha! He's a plumber who became a congressman that then became in charge of DHS. Ha ha ha!
Protecting us from terrorism now.
Oh.
It worked for Super Mario. Why not, Markwayne? But honestly, I mean, if Trump is going to keep picking these unqualified people to run the department, why not have more fun with it? I mean, next time, instead of Markwayne, how about Little Wayne for Homeland Security?
Too much shit in the toilet. It's hard to flush. Facts. And
at least we can get
a Little Wayne joke. Okay, here's the thing, guys. That was so bad that it actually pulled us below 50. That's how bad that was. Jimmy Kimmel, what a woman. So unfortunately, guys, Big Bag of Pop 420. I know you just jumped in. We will see you all tomorrow because we did fall below 50 for a minute there watching Jimmy Kimmel, which I kind of regret, honestly, to be honest with you. And in the poll tonight, y'all, back to 78. Yep, absolutely. But we did fall below that 50 threshold. And the reason that I do that too, where we do the 50 threshold, is because a lot of the times when we do the full overtime, let me shut off the bottom check. But when we do the full overtime, a lot of the time what happens is we do the 4th hour of overtime, and it's really like we barely got 10,000 views. And then we're in that 4th hour, and then like if it starts dipping and we start going below 50 over and over again, then like we aren't getting average viewer duration. And so we aren't able to, like, in the algorithm, build out the best that we can. So that's where I kind of, like, set those rules and parameters, because then once I see it hit below 50, right now, to be honest with y'all, I want to fucking go to bed. Like, I got to wake up at, like, 6:30 in the morning. But I am going to follow the rules that I set for us. But for a lot of them, it's literally just that, like, if we go below 50, that means that, like, we're getting less viewer per minute, and we want to get as many hours versus the amount of people to be able to push ourselves up in the algorithm, make ourselves better, make the fucking show better, all of the same. A second below 50, Alex needs sleep. Facts. I saw it. I was like, I don't like that Jimmy Kimmel did this to my feed, but I'm ready for it. My only guilt is in Big Bag of Pop 420 just jumping in with us, but we will have the weekend, Big Bag of Pop 420. We will have the weekend. I think I'm going to go live late on the weekends, guys, just so that we can all get in here and have a good time. So maybe I'll start like 7 or 8. A plumber and an MMA fighter is unqualified to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Exactly. You're absolutely brain dead weirdo. You have, was he really being for real? Was that guy being for real, Bubba? That guy's, what the fuck? That's the weirdest thing ever. All right, good night, man. Big Wake Up Pop 420. I really appreciate you, man. Almost 60,000. Top 3 stream. Number 3, y'all. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. No Primal. Exactly. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was wild. Because the first comment, a plumber and an MMA fighter is unqualified to be Secretary of Homeland Security. That to me was like extremely sarcastic. That's what it felt like. It felt like a extremely sarcastic comment. And then for him to come back and go, absolute brain dead weirdo. I'm like, what the fuck are we? And then I was like, oh, it's Primal. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. How did Primal comes in at the end, probably triggered by a fucking Jimmy Kimmel like algorithm feed or something. A goofy AF. Check his activity. I'm banning him. Good night, y'all. Absolutely, you can ban Primal. He's been here too many times, causing fucking shit problems. All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you so much, both of you. Peace. Or all three of you. Sorry. Forgot you were back here, Michael Olson. So Michael, Big Bag, Bubba. Love y'all. See you tomorrow.